And we are live. Welcome to session two of Deep, Deep Below, where our intrepid politicians are preparing to investigate the strange ruins near their settlement. We open with Raul Zardi as you have prepared for this. Who and what are you bringing with you, if anything?
Well, he would like to have help. He would certainly prefer it. But he hasn't had the time outside of getting here himself to actually wait on his own subordinates. At the moment, as far as he's concerned, they do not exist. So, with no one here in town to really help him in this manner, he's kind of resorted to enlisting the bargained for and manipulated help of those others that he's spoken to already. I mean, Raoul's taking a bit of a risk here, but he doesn't have anyone with him currently. Everyone that would be here helping him is still on their way from Jolf, and he has yet to send for the final few, so he's going at this alone.
In that case, we follow you as you approach the ruins. Do you go by foot or do you take a cart to the meeting spot right in front of the ruins where everyone's going to enter from?
Weirdly enough, for a cripple, Raoul likes to go on foot whenever he can. He makes a surprising amount of ground when no one's looking for whatever reason.
Hmm. As you come up over a hill of stone, you can see down the steep hill in this valley where there are up from the dust and stone, you see skulls and old bones littering this area. And you see standing before you are these two glorious, massive stone double doors, about 100 feet tall or more, and perhaps 20 to 30 feet wide. There are cracks and holes in part of these double doors that have fallen upon the ground, and there are these strange writings, both Old Tuhulian mixed in with strange occult sigils. In many places, the writing has been somewhat damaged, somewhat faded, the carving, but in other areas it seems almost like it's been redone, this writing upon the doors. And there are these two massive columns standing side by side, and there's half this great awning of stone, the other half having collapsed down in front of the door, but still, oddly enough, not blocking it. As you arrive here, Rao, as you can see that currently standing here is Lifo Van Dannen, and as well as Cram Koval, as they are looking at this great door. And you can hear Cram saying, I think we should just mind this stuff for the stone, fuck these ancient people. Uh, as
And these
Lifo,
two haven't taken notice of the old man yet, if I'm following.
no, they have not.
He would like to
Although,
keep it that way. Raoul is going to attempt to, as inconspicuously as he can, simply make his way over behind the nearby wagons and carts that others may have been used to get here. He would stand behind those, listening in on the conversation between the Elsamite and the representative of the ogre workers, he wants to know if the sort of conversation that these two would have, seemingly separate from the other counselors, is of any particular note. It's something that's on his mind. It's a free opportunity he sees. And so, would you like me to roll stealth? Is it assumably
Yeah,
easy enough? All right,
go
sounds
ahead and
good.
roll me stealth.
We got a chat for rolling here somewhere.
You know what? I'll make I was doing on a roll last time, but I think I'll make a roll 20 just for.
Perfect.
So let me get that set up. Create new game. Sorry, I should have done this earlier.
Nah, it's all good. Now, I'm assuming I'd be able to use the hiding forte here, right? If I'm a particularly good hider in them dark places.
Yes.
Right on.
Although my roll 20 does not seem to be working.
I think we can just go back to using what we did before, right? You said there was another link we could use.
No, I was just using honor roll with you guys.
Oh, is that right? I remember now. Well, in that case, let me pull up Google here. Google says I can roll a 2d8. Let me see.
Oh, here we go. I think I got it.
You got it?
Yeah. All right. I'll post the link for you guys. Sorry, my computer's being a little bit slow.
It's all good. I'm revving up this sneaky roll for myself here. I got it all planned out.
All right, I'm posting it in the stream chat.
All right.
And join that.
You want me to go ahead and honor roll this one while we get the roll 20 set up for later?
I just linked the roll 20. It's in the stream chat.
In the stream chat. All right. I might be missing where that's at.
Go into StreamYard into the stream. You can
Yeah.
see there's a chat on the side. Yeah, click on comments.
I see. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's exactly what I needed. Open link and new tab. All right. I'm learning the technology. All right. I'm going in. I have my 2d8s, and RNGesus says I got a 5 and an 8. Okay. This older man got some moves. 15 on the roll, and adding in good old history of hiding around in dank and dark places. That bumbles all the way up to a, let me see here, 21 plus, that would be a 25 total.
Okay, yeah, neither of them notice you
Oh, no, that's incredible.
as they continue speaking as Lifo says, I understand you're joking, but you can't underestimate the sheer gravity of what's standing before us. some ancient civilization or power that once dominated this land, now gone. I wonder why. I wonder what kind of threat could have led to this fall. Ugh. Could have been something from within. Corruption, civil unrest, ogre riots. You gotta slaps the shoulder of Lefo. As Lefo kind of smiles and chuckles a bit himself and nods. And at this point, as they're having that discussion, as Ral hides Ophelion, you and you and Angus would be arriving. You, Angus, and let me get the name right
Into this
here.
conversation, like where these guys are talking, or
Yeah, they're talking to each other as you walk up from where the carts are and whatnot. This is like where everyone's gonna meet before they all go into the ruins. As Jerk, Ophelian, and Angus, you three, well, you two are coming up here kind of at the same time as Angus, as you can hear this conversation going on between the the two of them.
Do I hear the part for not respecting the dead?
I no, that was he was speaking kind of loud. You heard him laughing about something earlier, but you did not hear exactly what he said.
Describe
and I'm
Jerk
assuming we don't notice Ral.
roll.
Unless you want to
I'm
roll me
open
a
to the
perception.
possibility that you might see Ral. I mean, how good is your
Sure.
eyesight?
I cannot smell, but I can see.
It's my first time rolling with this. Let's see here.
A little top left, you got a little dice icon. You click on that.
Oh no, I
and
mean
there's
like
nifty little thing,
it'd be
2d8.
that's vigor. I'm trying to figure out what the skill would be.
Oh, just perception. I think that's right beneath outdoorsman if you're going alphabetical on the list.
Ah, there it is. 4. Okay. Found it. It's a long list. And then you said it's 2d8 that I roll? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. If you click a little dice icon, D8, the 2 next to it's
Yeah.
perfect for it.
7 and a 1.
I got a
one, those is good.
16.
So
Well, damn, fellas. I believe I may still be perceivably invisible.
So a 12 and
sorry.
a 16. Okay.
Oh,
What
I
did
think
you get?
someone noticed, though. I think that beats my roll by 1.
All right, and I'm gonna be right back because I'm gonna turn some lights on in here.
Yeah, all right. I don't think I'm quite as good at hiding as I thought I was.
Well, goddamn.
All right, and Ral, can you make me a perception roll, please?
Oh boy, absolutely. All right, let me grab that. Oh, that's funny. All right. Let's see on that roll. Ooh, I'm not liking his chances. All right, adding that up. Ral has a total of 4 on that one. He perceives all within the span of, I suspect, a
This
few
is
feet from
hearing
himself.
based.
Oh, hearing. Well, in that case,
Yeah.
he's not hearing very much outside of the conversation he's listening in on, I think, as he's leaning
So
against
no,
this
it
cart.
would be sight. Would be no, yeah, it would be hearing
Yeah,
anyway.
he's very pleased with himself. He thinks that he's being real clever, that
Yeah.
he's kind of leaning against this cart like he's taking a rest or something where no one can see him. But little does he know, I suspect, that he probably shouldn't be so focused on this conversation between the aforementioned two.
As we'll come back to you in a moment, but yes,
Oh, yeah.
Jerk and Ophelion, you are both arriving, as is Angus here. as Angus, he kind of lifts his chin up, looking at both Crayon Koval and Lifo Van Dannen with some degree of a challenging look on his face. Cram just kind of just doesn't really square up, but kind of looks at him like, what's he even gonna do? Uh, um, as yeah, Jerk and Ophelia, and you two can see this. Lifo is just kind of eyeing Angus up and down.
Hmm. To describe then to how Jerk is looking a bit, he's fully clad in iron armor, head to toe. He's walking very slowly, but eh, I think it's normal. He's pretty short. It's to be expected. He a bit slow about it, but he's walking fairly well as his entire armor is adorned with skulls, symbology of death, of renewal. Like there's a few small patterns that seem to be like a small cyclical pattern, some cyclage that continues on and on. So it's very much symbology of Tuhul and of death in general. As he's just like sitting there with his helmet on, this warhammer on his back, and just sitting there. Would he have brought? He would have brought like one or two fellow brothers with him, other Ferums along as well.
Clean shaven Ferens, holy
Of
men of
course,
Tahul.
of
What about
course.
you, Ophelia? How are you rolling?
Aphelion kind of wanders up next to Jerk. He's dressed in kind of chainmail and some iron plate armor, with his axe on his back and his shield on one hand, and just kind of
Oh yeah, would
assesses these
you
two sitting here chatting amongst themselves.
would you have taken up my request, my option for a weapon? Because he would have offered you a weapon
I'm
of your
assuming
choice.
Aphelion brought his own axe,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he's got his one-handed a- big boy axe. He's a big man after all.
With your level of opulence, you may, yeah, I think it's fair to say you have a shield as well. Maybe the shield was made by Jerk. Um,
If
but
it was, it would have a lot of adornment of Tuhul and other symbologies of it.
And Aphelion
yeah, it's
would gladly take a shield along with him if he didn't have
nice,
his own.
It's made of iron and
nice.
very well made.
So yeah, as you two are here, you would then, and I don't know if they see him first, but Volkar Jatako is now arriving.
Ooh. Mhm.
Yes, yes, yes. Uh, ill omens indeed. Ill omens indeed. But not for long. Come, come, come. I have attached to myself. Of course, I am wearing the full regalia that I wore to the meeting. The body paint, the uh, corn husk, cape, mantle, the wicker mitre atop my dome. What has changed is there is a I've taken blood and bone dust, ground up bones, and I've smeared all across my face, the top of my head. That is now pale and darkened with dried blood, so skull makeup, for lack of a better word. I do have using it as a walking stick, not that I particularly need, but a repurposed farming scythe. The blade now pointing vertically towards the unseen cavern ceiling here. I have at one side a trio of goats with me that are lashed to my right wrist, and attached in a rope of woven plant or fungal fibers. Attached to my waist is a ferrum worker that I have conscripted for this purpose of good luck and good omens.
Is he looking willing?
That does not matter.
Matters a lot.
So
He's just kind of got his head down. He's just kind of following along.
I cannot let this do. I must speak of him to who? Is he bearded?
He's clean shaven. He's clean
Clean
shaven.
shaven?
Before we go too
Right-
far,
right-
just to clarify, this man is on his belt, correct?
yes.
Yeah,
Well, it's like
attached by a
imagine
leash.
we were crossing a raging river or something, or we were mountaineering, right? I've lashed, around myself. There's a space. We got 20 feet distance, so that's as far as he can get before this belt has been tied around him as
Which
well.
would make sense for spelunking.
Yes.
It would,
So
yes.
this isn't like slavery. Like this is like an
Plausible
innocuous,
deniability. I like it.
Yes.
pretty innocuous thing.
I really need to check if he's Tuhul.
And he is a cleric of Velex, one of Tahul's children.
That's
So,
true. I am.
Acceptable for now.
But as you
My cousin! It's good to see you. I have received what by themselves. I'm just saying this loud and openly in front of everybody, whether this is secret or not.
people turn and listen to you.
Then,
Who are you saying this to?
to cram, but also
Oh yes. Tell me what you hear, brother.
there are spirits, ghosts trapped within the rock.
Oh,
I shall free them, and they will be most grateful for our freeing them. They will help us,
Ghosts.
cousin.
What do you speak of, Volkar? Angus speaks up. You say there are ghosts. You mean trapped souls within this
Yes.
ruin?
Yes, this great spirit of Tuhu. I'm just reverberating across the cavern and the ruins here. Great spirit of Tuhul. I worked myself up into a frenzy for hours and hours. It spoke to me. It told me of poor victims of Tuhul who were here in cold rock. Surely it is as I had thought. That is the wailing and the anguishment that we hear when the luminescent fungi diminish for the evening. It is their painful wails. It must be it. I do not know yet. Huh? Who said this?
That joke just like turns his head.
Huh?
To do that to a soul.
Oh,
You mad?
what?
Tuhul does not take souls. He brings them peace.
Yes, that is true. Someone or something has imprisoned these souls, kept them from Tuhul's judgment. His cool embrace. A great crime has been done here that we all here will rectify.
And as Volkar is saying this, we cut back over to Ral, who is still watching this. As Ral, you feel a tap on your shoulder.
A tap on my shoulder.
Correct.
There's a pause. A brief moment of realization, maybe. And then he doesn't believe it. Of course not. No one could have snuck up on him. As he turns around, clearly expecting it to be a gust of wind, some figment of his imagination.
You see standing there behind you with a friendly smile on her face is Lady Kelzeka Jalfda Mirnosha.
Oh, he's shocked. He recoils. He's disgusted at himself. The idea that this, whatever she is, snuck up on him? No. No. He can't believe it. There's a
Blessings be upon you, Ra.
Oh, that hurts. The mask on his face, it crinkles a little bit. The cookie crumbles slightly. It has to. There's just too much weight on it. Doesn't matter how good of an actor he might be. That's all over the rainbow. Nah, there's a moment, and she can see it, where he looks not only surprised, but disappointed in himself as he looks down at the ground before his eyes flick back up with a smile. As he nods, slowly, then swiftly. It's good to see you.
I
I
was
take
just on
you've
my way to the
considered
meeting.
things.
Perhaps we should walk down there together.
Perhaps, but I'd like to know your answer first from our
Eh.
earlier conversation. He tilts his head from side to side, judging the memory. Then he looks at her.
What happens will happen, and I'm sure those ruins are quite treacherous if what Mr. Jutako says is true.
Interesting. He thinks about that for a moment, then smiles and raises an eyebrow. I take it you yourself do not want to make any unnecessary risks at this time.
I am happy to speak to Ophelia and Vulcar, engage everyone in conversation, if that's what you're asking. I don't see that as particularly risky.
Oh, I think they would love your presence. I'm very pleased to see you're interested in that. That is exactly what we could all hope for. Your beautiful reputation in this beautiful place. His voice doesn't exactly match the enthusiasm of his words as he looks over at the doors, nodding to himself.
And I'm understanding that if I'm to go so long without noticing what you get up to, that will be a quite regular tribute to me, correct?
I'm sorry, could you say that one more time out of character?
She is basically telling you that if she's gonna do this distraction and help you do this in a way, she's going to require a regular tribute for her silence.
A regular tribute for her silence. That actually does legitimately make him chuckle a little bit, as it's a light chuckle. The sort of chuckle you'd expect from someone having just heard a nice joke in the morning. Something that, well, wasn't taken very seriously, as he just gives her a side eye. There's a certain levity to that. The conversational point of knowing places comes to mind, as he's not worried whatsoever that she could attempt to blackmail him on this. If anything, she should be begging him not to speak of certain things. As far as he's concerned, of course not. And he doesn't need to tell her that. She knows.
When you don't agree, she smiles and she says, then I suppose things will just go the way they go.
He thinks about that for a moment. With or without your interpretation, I would recommend that you stick with the wedding side of things with your
Of
wedding
course.
personality, of course. But
We have an agreement.
don't go around and change things you've already agreed to, if that's your point.
Of course.
Is there anything else you'd like to entertain me with?
No, Raoul, no. Although that is quite the funny joke, she says loudly as she walks into the crowd with you. Raoul, tell them what you just told me.
Oh, of course.
Laughing and chuckling as
As
she
he
kind of
gestures
pulls
to
you
all
into
of you,
the
kind of
belly.
waving his cane good naturedly. It's good to see you all here in such a timely manner. Oh, scrumptious. I was just speaking to the lady here of the wonderful situation concerning these beautiful doors. I'm quite pleased. This place is as grand as we've heard. Looking upon it here now, face to face, in person. I'm excited. I'm so excited, I think we might have had some trouble getting through this place if the doors weren't already open in place seals. You know, I wanted to see the two ogres have a go at it.
Ah, it's good you are here, my friend. No difficulty at all. After all, we are the masters of this cavern now. Yes.
Yes!
Soon. Now, all, we are all here. You will join me. Join me in song and praise of Tuhul and his children, Velex and Mool. I just start chanting in Tuhulian, paying no heed as to whether or not anybody is appreciative of this or not.
Cran kind of jumps around with you.
Yeah, I'm
People,
doing the
it's-
ooga booga dances and
Nodding along, absolutely. Hoorah.
yes.
Yeah.
And
Jerk-
before
Jerk would
before
also
these
join
us.
great doors, every time I pass it, raise the hands up in praise to Tahul, and then of course obviously on the third circuit of this dance circle, I take a bone knife that I have, one of the goats, and I just get in there on the side of the neck, cutting the jugular vein, roaring. I let the blood spill down off the neck, getting right into my eyes as I continue chanting into Julian as I utilize my zealous capacities to see the invisible. Before we go in, I take a corn cob
looks
rattle.
somewhat shocked by this.
Corn cob rattle.
display.
I just let the rest of the blood pool down into the dirt and the mud and the rock here. I start mixing it. Look, we're mixing bread dough, and I absolutely savage atavistic behavior from anybody of any refinement. I start blessing with the corn cob aspergillium, getting blood on everybody. Everybody's nice clothes. It matters not to me. This is good, and anybody who doesn't think it is good is a fool.
Ophelion just kind
I
of
think
wipes
it's
his
like he,
poor
like,
head
steps
off.
back when he's getting blood on him. He's getting goat's blood on him. He's like wiping it off.
Yes, get it in, brother.
Jerk
On
would,
the power of Pogan. He kind of burns like some of it away with this like holy light, like kind of using like almost like glare of the sun on himself, trying to himself engage in some atavistic expression, being
I nod,
a shaman. As
thinking he's into it. Is what
he's like taking out like salt and like rubbing salt on where he's been touched by the goat's blood.
Yeah,
like
I interpret all
so-
this as highest of praise and approval.
Jerk during this entire ordeal is like giving, just like seeing like the sacrifice, just giving like a proper prayer to Tuhul in the priestly manner, just a very serious and gives like a cyclical little tale for the life and death, as he would probably after the goat death and all that after the prayer, he would ask if he can have the corpse so he can bury it.
Ah, yes, of course. It is well to bury the sacrifices of the herd beasts. It is well. You are wise in the ways of Velex, my friend. Yes, and of course your presence brings good omen. Good omen. I say very stupidly.
Enthusiastically, yeah.
Yeah, enthusiastically and stupidly. But you see at this point, as I am through this, I'm not taking 45 minutes here. This whole thing takes, a handful of minutes to do.
Yeah.
I essentially see the invisible, and I'm utilizing the alternate capacities of the underworld precept, ability to see the life force, the living, the dead, the contamination, all these things.
Does
As
that
you
also
see,
include mystic auras?
yes.
So you sense a just massive, not a roll is not necessary here. You sense a massive aura of death and
That's
of
what I expect.
souls. Just
Yes.
something of immense power coming from behind these doors. As you also see the invisible, you can see the aspects that look crumbled, that are actually there are like structure like made out of like ghostly material. Like the holes in the doors are covered up with the ghostly material. The awning with ghostly material is still there. It is as you spoke of earlier, the ghosts of a building you can see emanating
I was
from
right.
here, and you can feel and hear
Yes.
anguish, pain, muffled by the doors coming from the other side
Cry
as
out
you
with
can
your
experience
anguish.
all of this.
The servant of the rule and his children. We're here to redeem you, liberate you. Just psyched up to get in there and do this God-given duty, which I have no idea how to actually do, but I believe all will present itself rightly in time. Yes, my friends, I see the souls within the stone. I hear their cries, the power, the facets of death. They swim about this place and swarm. We will find the answers to the liberation of these tortured souls.
And
Yes.
as you say that, you see the power of this place spike as silver glows from the doors. As now everyone else can see this,
Yes!
the doors and the letters upon the doors all begin to glow silver as you begin. Everyone else here can now also see part of the ghostly structures as you can hear the great moaning as these doors, they sort of slowly creak open, dust and pebbles falling down as a great, it's like a mini dust storm just blasts across all of you as the doors open up here, as you can see inside a vast expanse of crumbled buildings, homes, towers, shops, some hard to tell what they are, maybe barracks, but some of them having partially construction of this ghost-like material. You do not see any ghosts themselves. Actually, that you with See the Invisible, can you see ghosts?
Yes!
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay, so as
What
you
does it see
see,
ghosts? No, you cannot see ghosts without mediumship.
I thought you can't see the invisible. I'm gonna look at See the
I think
Invisible really quick.
you see things that are invisible.
Well, mediumship specifically says you can see ghosts and speak with them. I think you need that to speak and see those.
I'm gonna say you can see them with See the Invisible, but you
I
can't.
believe I see them anyway. It matters
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
I choose to see what I believe to see.
Hell
And it's
yeah.
right there before me. As I'm getting whipped up into a frenzy,
Yeah.
looking back at Cram, trying to get him worked up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's getting involved. Anybody at all want to roll me an insight on Cram, by the way?
I don't understand shit. You're
Your
muffled.
kind of broke there for a second. Everything
Oh,
you said was
fuck.
awful.
I gotta stop going too loud
Yelling
sometimes
is-
because I gotta get a better mic. Yeah, anyone
I-
want to roll insight on Cram as he's
Sure.
getting involved with
Yeah,
Volkar
let's
here?
check.
Sure.
Insight 1.
I got a
advanced
16.
roller. Nine.
And as all this is happening, whipped up into a frenzy. I see the ghosts. I see the silver letters. Eyes wide with magic. We go. We liberate these tormented souls. Come, Ferum. Your birthright is at hand. And I just, just like a Tuscan Raider. I just run. Full.
Oh yeah, as you run in, I
Raoul would
Cram
take
runs
a
in
moment
after.
to approach Angus during the commotion. Probably patting him on the back briefly. It's a soft gesture as he smirks up at the larger human man. When I said that the ogres would open the door, I don't think I expected this to be the way they would do it.
Nor did I.
Nighttime has fallen. These doors always open when night falls.
Ah, convenient timing, according to the human. Not the achievement of the ogre, then. Raoul looks at him
Nothing
playfully.
of any achievement.
He raises an eyebrow and smirks. Very convenient timing, at the very least. I ought to have a word with you two, actually. Seeing as you two are the only humans in our prestigious presence, I have to know. You're looking out for each other here, aren't you? This isn't a place that's seen to many of your kind.
I'm looking out for everyone here. It's in our best interests that we work together.
I myself am looking out for my cousin Ophelia.
Good. I see one of you is reasonable. But on the optimistic note, he looks to Ophelion now with an understanding look, a smile, maybe a bit of respect in those tired old eyes. You notice a little hint of something else as he narrows them slightly. Surely, even in your young age, you must know that when it comes to buddy systems, you can't be the buddy of everybody at once.
I'm aware, but I hope when push comes to shove, everyone's backs are together at least.
Oh, at a certain point, most will be. These places have a weird way of separating the ones they want to pick out, the ones that they see as, he shakes his hand in the air as if searching for a word, unworthy. My point, my dear Mercadians, is that perhaps you and your cousin prioritize the safety of each other so that you together can ensure the safety of everyone else.
And at this,
That's
Ophelia just
my
looks.
own advice to you.
At this, Ophelia just kind of looks over to the other human and kind of just nods. I'll keep that in mind.
Angus nods you, and he says, "Come then, this way."
Well, that's it. I'll leave you two to it. But, word of caution. The last couple of groups, I gotta say, whoever's eating right now, I hope that is pizza. Sincerely, it better be pepperoni. But
It is
what was I
bad
Mute
saying?
your
but
mic
alright,
if you're
sorry.
eating.
Fudge. All right, that's a shame. That's a shame. We can fix that later. All right. But where was I? Yes. As he was speaking to the humans, the last thing he tells them is kind of gestures of his cane at the open doors. The last few groups that these Cassidurians and other less savory ferums sent into this place, they came out scattered, confused. I ought to think there might be something that affects your mind here. Just a hunch. Maybe you should stick together in a more than physical sense. Remind each other of why you're doing this so you don't forget. He walks off before he can hear the humans reply, leaving them with that implication. Perhaps he's just trying to help them. Although maybe, just maybe, they can't help but think that he's just trying to instill some paranoia into their heads as well. The Kalfar man seems suspiciously amiable, like he has been from the start, and anyone educated on Kalfars would know that just isn't making sense. There must be something else to it.
Ophelia just kind of looks at Angus, and as he looks down at his shield and kind of tightens the leather grip on the shield itself, says, "Well, I guess we shouldn't keep the others waiting then." And he kind of just starts pacing towards the door.
And something I have to ask Volkar, what is your static defense?
Static defense is 0.
0.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case,
Mm-hmm.
let me check this. You find yourself. So as you rush in, as you go in, you see, because you don't fully see the ghosts because you don't have medium field, but you make out their vague outlines, vague features as they move through, as you can see some of them close in on you, and you feel some of them touch you. You feel
I will kill him.
2 of them touch you as you take 5 damage. As you feel cold. You feel these cold hands touch you. 2 sets of cold hands grabbing upon you. As you can just feel cold coming onto you. But it's also weird. It's like also they're not touching you, like they're not able to hold you or anything. You can just pass through them, but you feel them rake upon you with this icy cold.
I stop, turn as I feel that the touch of the ghost. I see maybe the very briefest outlines. Yes, return from your prison. I take another one of the goats who's just been dragged. Hopefully that Ferrum, I told him his birthright was at hand, that he was keeping up with me. And he's not
He's looking around. What in the hell is going on here?
Yes, cry out. I take one of the goats. I just crack its neck, and I rip open the just skin it with my prodigious ogre strength. And where I felt or saw the ghosts reaching out, I just splashing the blood on the walls, calling out again, screaming and crying out in Tehulian. Taste, feel the warmth of the living. Let it be your conduit back into this world, that Tehul may embrace you once again. Yes. Regardless, it's maybe incredibly dangerous. I don't know, but I believe that this is 100% what has to be done. I feel the touch. It was painful to me, but of course, these people in prison for God knows how many cycles. So we're continuing to just blast with the corn cob. Aspergillium just splashing the blood, and I'm beseeching into Julian all the ghosts to just manifest through the blood and come forth to be free.
So then let me 7 times 3. Yeah, you find yourself taking another 8 damage
Yes!
as some converge on your Ferrum as he as the life force drains out of him.
At this
Yes!
point, Raoul would step in.
Yes!
Yeah, as you can
Return!
see the
Return!
Ferrum become drained of all of his life and die. Just like basically like
Oh.
his skin dries up and
Are
gets
we
all
not able to
pale.
react fast enough by the time we get over there?
Yeah, it happens with alarming speed on the
Well, we got to
Ferrum.
save the stronger man then. As Raoul would quickly tap, more so punch in a way, the other ogre man here, Cram, gesturing quickly at Volcar. You have to get him out. Things aren't
Cram
going.
runs over and he's like trying to grab you, Volcar, as he says, "This way, holy man, this way."
Are there more? Let them all be free. Let them all hear, cry out in gratitude for us. I'll go with him. I implicitly trust him. He's taking me to somewhere else. Maybe there's some more
Yeah.
ghosts who need the
As
fresh
he's
blood.
bringing you out away from this area, out of the ruins, as he's pulling you away, you can see deep down in the cave this
I'm just dragging the Ferrum body behind me. Obviously,
as you see deep down in the cave, these two circles open that look like giant glowing blue eyes upon a wall before closing. As you can see blood uh, pouring from the walls of the ruin. You can see red blood pouring down, pooling up in little
yes,
ponds as the
be
walls in
free.
certain areas close in as you are pulled out of the ruins by Cram.
Do you mind if I ask a quick question out of character for my character's reference?
Go ahead.
Looking at this occurrence, what's happened to the poor Ferrum and the luckier, larger ogre man, is it safe to assume, from Raoul's perspective, that once you move beyond the precipice of these gates, the ghosts descend upon you effectively? It's like their hunting ground.
Yes, could be a judgment to make.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same thing if I can like roll like theology to see
Yeah,
what's going on.
there's a lot of rolls you can make. Also, I should note about the description in the building. The structures and the stone were covered in Tertullian writings and strange occult sigils carved into stone in various locations. Uh,
Well, assuming no one else has gone through the entrance, Raoul himself would step up, still not within the doors, but just before them, holding out his cane to block anyone else's passage. More a recommendation than an actual force, as he would look to, well, Jerk, of all things, he is the expert. With an expectant look, his eyes widening for a moment, as he hopes that perhaps the cleric can shed some light of Tehul on the situation, a better understanding of how to proceed, as much as he would have preferred things were simpler. This is more complex than even he's figured.
Yeah. Do I know any? Do I need to roll for knowledge check, or do I just know?
there's all sorts of different rolls you could make here. Mason rolls, occult rolls, theology rolls.
I'll do a
Um,
Mason and Cold, and I'd also like to, in the meantime,
well,
also
well,
cast.
first you got to pick one. I think you're going to
All
roll
right,
theology. At least
theology.
for now, as you have more time, you'll be able to
That is
make more
true.
rolls.
I would also like to
Just
cast like mystical auras, like to look around as well, if I could.
yeah, you can cast that. You describe how you cast it as a priest of Tehul, but yeah, you can cast that.
All right, to make the full description, I'm rolling the roll for knowledge, the big smart that I
Yeah.
definitely am. I'm not an imposter.
You should use mystic auras first, as that will feed
Yeah,
into
first using it, then casting.
yeah. So
That's
go
how
ahead
I'm
and
going first.
describe what it looks like to cast mystic auras.
When
What do you do? Like, what do you say and do?
you, most of you guys fucking speak to Polish, so yeah. As you guys see joke just seems to like raise his hand and seems to be praised as he removes his iron helmet and looks upon it, seeming to look upon its reflection, starts murmuring some not too loudly about the continued cycle and the seeing of what is above and beyond to get a glimpse of what it could be and what he needs to continue for the cycle to be renewed as he, at the end of it, praises to Fu and wishes for his brethren to also join him in the great cycle again. As afterwards, his eyes seem to turn from a regularish, just like a brownish black color into this silvery glow around him, as well as his eyelid, iris, as well as the eyes themselves, seems to turn into a silvery glow and color, as he is seen to be peering into the darkness itself through the ruins. As let me just roll my. I got luck at the draw. I don't got luck advantages, right?
Check.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, I do. Never mind.
Oh.
Oh, that is a 17.
Yeah.
Hmm. So what do I do? What do I know with the 17? Or do I know nothing?
So with a 17, so Bonesaw, you know for sure this place, particularly because you're using mystic auras. And as you look into your reflection through the helmet and then at the doors, you can see this mystic energy, silver light growing, and you can sense an immense amount of death, just a huge amount of death, and not the good kind. You sense souls, unfettered souls bound to this place, as you can sense that something of great and evil power is here, of immense power, and that this place is extremely haunted. I'm going to send some PMs to somebody
Extremely
else here.
haunted? They say,
Yes.
what the fuck was the symbol of the who? Bruce Master Hammer Thrust. Yeah, you would see him immediately upon realizing that from pretty much just after around his neck, it seems like he reaches for it, and a small pendant. It seems to be the symbol of the who as he raises it, the silvery. Just this very well silvery made pendant as he raises it up as if, trying to banish away the evil in front of him as he's seeing it. But they're just a bit baffled by just what he sees. This is not who. This is everything that he is against. The Alenga. I must save him. They shall be renewed. As he puts his hands together, clasping the pendant in his hands, it seems like it's a prayer. His guidance, his forge shall get him back. As he's like just looking determinedly at the temple. Seeing his eyes, it's very readable that this motherfucker might go in at some point. Looking at it.
Ryle seems mildly surprised as he waits at the door for a moment to see if any of the ghosts do what they did to the Pharum or the ogre to him. As in a
As
moment of
you
self-confidence, he outstretches both of his arms, one of which holds the cane, and tilts his head to the side slightly, getting a little bit of a thrill out of it, letting the mask drop slightly while no one is seeing his face.
as you stand there for a moment, looking around, and at first nothing, but just a couple seconds before you might stop waiting, you hear, and all hear this, but particularly Ral, him being the furthest up front now, here. What is your business here?
Rao smiles and steps
Booming
aside,
through the
looking
ruins.
over to Jerk to take over at this point, as he kind of
Is it the
ushers the Pharum
same?
forward.
He's already ushering forward without even any.
Wonderful.
Yeah, he's rushing it. But like not entering just yet. Is it the same ghastly voice in this creature you heard before, or is there something else?
It is a single voice, powerful. What is your business here?
To save those that are lost, they should not be banished into the nethers like this. They deserve
No
a proper.
one here is lost, priest, and this is not your territory. Turn ye away from my citadel.
There is no land in the world that is not the whole. Who are you?
Who am I? I am the ruin. I am the ruin of Aeroduman, and you are trespassing upon my territory, boy.
Hmm. Do I know who this guy is or thing is?
I that would be a very difficult academics or occult role, or
Gonna do
possibly theology. Theology might work
theology.
as
Fuck
well.
it, yeah. I could do Mason.
Yeah,
I got a very high Mason too.
this is not Mason.
Hey, he said he's a fortress.
He said he's the ruin of Aeroduman.
God, oh my God,
That's-
no!
That's technically a building.
It is
Oh,
paid.
yeah, so 8
That's
plus 10,
18.
18. Yeah, you don't get anything.
Oh, the one canceled out the
I
8.
yeah, yeah,
That is
yeah.
tragic.
Yeah, and he already luck of the draw already came into effect.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, eat ass.
can't
But
win them all.
I did PM what you experienced, Volcar. So now that
Yeah.
you also hear a voice booming out into the room,
Ah!
how do you respond?
I see this thing out of the corner of my eye, and then I hear this voice. This voice does not sound like the trustworthy voice of the creature of the Hool that I remember from just some days prior. I see this befouled glyph, blasphemed writing. Now in a full rage or close to it at this point. I get out of the clutches. Though he may well be wishing to do right by me. I get out of Cram's clutches, and I run over to the wall where I see this glyph, and maybe I'm the only one to see it. I don't know.
Glowing blue eyes.
I see
But
it.
as you get up to the glowing blue eyes, they're not a glyph. It's hard for me to think of a way to describe this in terms familiar to Volcar because it's so alien. But it's
Yeah.
like in the middle of the stone on the next wall, right above two smaller doors inside the ruins that leads into like some different courtyard or something. Are these two big, like glowing robot eyes, like glowing metallic eyes set into the stone above the
These
doors?
eyes are also the glyphs.
No, the eyes are like they're like these machines. They're like
Okay.
they're like digital machines. Obviously, you don't have that concept in your mind, but it's they're bizarre looking.
The
They're
first thing I do, I rush over because this is the first thing that grabs me. I see these
Oh.
profane words.
oh, they're all over all the doors, all the walls, all the columns.
I immediately run to
This-
the closest one, screaming at the top of my lungs in Tuhulian, raving absolute lunacy, spittle, blood. My third and final goat, its neck has been broken just by my running at top speed. I'm sure it's dragging behind. But I take up, getting up the hempen rope is like hold up the dead Pharaoh that's been its soul has been devoured. Who knows? Profanity be cleansed in the blood of the Who's children. I just smash, beating this dead body, just crushing the skull, breaking the bones, baptizing these doors in Ferrum blood, which is obviously righteous and good. Just smash, just with as much might as I can. 1, 2, 3 times. And I just rush over to the next one. I'm in an absolute frenzy.
Stop! Stop that, you filthy barbarian! You hear the eyes shout at you glaring at you in anger. Make him stop!
The
They say
power
to
of
you,
elect!
Ralph.
The power of Mool! I have heard the words of the Hool. He shall not be denied in his house. Be
Ral would
cleansed!
take a moment
cleansed!
before kind of tentatively approaching Volcar, making sure he's not hit by a
I mean,
massive waving arm.
You're approaching an absolute 7-foot-tall, raging,
Literally
lunatic
chimping out.
who's literally chimping out and smashing a dead Ferrum's body against stone walls. So you
Well,
can do
sir,
that.
I think now is the time to roll acrobatics for me. As I'm going to attempt to roll acrobatics long enough to be able to put a hand on this man's shoulders, precarious as that idea might be in the moment.
I mean, I'm running from place to. You said there's multiple doors. I'm smashing
Oh,
and running.
boy.
to the next
All right, yeah, that's going to be acrobatics versus.
And if he's running to multiple doors, he's going to have to run ahead of him. So, yeah, definitely, I think we're leaning into the dexterity.
Acrobatics versus brawl slams.
Yeah, that seems fair. That seems fair.
If you succeed, Nick, you accidentally
I rolled
slam
brawl
as well.
slams.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So if you succeed, you accidentally slam.
This could turn out very poor for me very quickly.
Oh, you could die.
Oh, I think it will. Oh, that's fun.
Hell yeah.
I like that.
Okay. 11, 12.
Well, as you can see, I clearly succeed at something. It may not be what I was setting
21.
out to do. As in that case, how do you want to handle this? 'Cause I got an idea of how a critical failure could work on my end.
Now you decide what happens. I just barrel through
Alright.
you. I don't even see or hear you.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this count this as Nick. You get a slam. You accidentally get a slam with a critical success.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm rolling
just tell me how much damage that would be. Like a slam with three.
Like a
boosts.
slam with a boost.
No, 3 boosts. Because it
Oh.
was a critical failure, I believe that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Double
So-
one.
9 damage.
9 damage. All right,
9
you take
damage.
9
Let me
damage
make
out.
sure that doesn't outright kill this old man real quick.
And
Let
if
me
you have
see.
any armor, it does 1 point of armor damage.
All right, so I am thankfully not dead yet. However, I believe this would send me immediately into the quick. As Ral attempts to kind of slide on in, he's got a bit of a high opinion of himself. Big voice just spoke to him, and he could take control of the situation. Kalfar urged to just sate that own personal ego gets sent. He doesn't have too long to ponder the thought or doing of his action because it's interrupted by being turned into a rolling mass of purple limbs, a cannonball of flesh, really, into the closest door as he is launched inside one of the homes, toppling over the remains of an ancient table onto the stone floor, where immediately there's a large snap, a crack, as Ral's arm is bent and broken, the bone jutting through his elbow as it's completely snapped from its hinges. This ogre man has not just launched him, he has flicked him like a fly into the ground. He has been swatted and he is down. In just the sheer shock of his failure, the sheer magnitude of it, he's unable to move. In the stunned silence, it takes him a second of just befuddlement to even yell out in pain. It's a gurgled cry as his voice breaks for a moment, sounding somewhat uncharacteristic for the old man, as he goes, "Ah! Ah! Ah!"
Lady Kelzika quickly runs to your side to help you, and as you're smashing this dead Ferrum into the stones, Volcar, you hear the voice shout out to you, "You can't kill the killed, and you can't pass on the past. We have died once before and have died again and again, and we stand strong. Savage, now be gone from my city before I sick the souls of my people and of the dead upon you, for you cannot stand against a horde of the living dead. Now be gone! And as he says, be gone, you can see coming up out of the ground, hands pulling as undead forms stand up and begin oh, oh, coming towards you, wielding pickaxes and shovels and hammers as they approach, slinking along slowly, and it seems to be
Mother of plenty, Quillicalion, hear your child. Let your light burst forth through the darkness and banish these ne'er-do-wells. I just throw the pheromone into one of them, and I utilize my last zeal point as just beams of light just burst out of the morning on the fields. Ah! As I take up my Fauchard, my eyes blaring spotlights, glare of the sun, burning these things. I'm just gonna run through hell or high water.
shit.
With the Fauchard, I'm going for that fucking eyeball, that one of those blue eyeballs. I'm gonna impale it.
And roll me your ritual,
Okay.
your caster check.
I will.
These undead skeletal creatures
Yes.
come up from the ground. Let me make sure I get this. All right. So.
Skill or passion for I have 14. Roll a 14 on the caster check.
Well, yeah. And I just rolled for them collectively because they're all the same stats, although it's a massive amount of them. They're like coming, just a huge number of bodies, like more than 30, just coming up from the ground. But as you charge through them, although they have no minds, they are just skeletal bodies. They just like robotically scatter from your light, and actually causing all that come into contact with it, not all of them, but a lot of them just die. Like a lot of them just take that like one damage from glare of the sun and just collapse. Their skeletal bodies falling apart and falling through the ground. As what is your facade made out of?
Iron.
All right, so yeah, go ahead and roll me to hit
Okay.
on these glowing metallic
eyeball.
blue eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that thing a spirit?
Hell if I know.
Nah, because it is like I should be able to see it with mystic shit.
You can see strange death energies glowing off of the eyes, but you can't see, like, you don't get a ton from them. They seem almost more like technology than anything mystical.
Shit,
Not
this
that
is
you would
Armon.
even realize that. Do
Shit.
you have any points in occult?
Let me double check. I think I had 1 point. Nah, actually no, I got none. So never mind. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
shit.
so this must be some sort of mystical power you're unaware of. You have no idea what this could be. So 17 attack roll. As I mean, it's a defense of 0 because it's just a stagnant object. So how many times do you boost?
Oh, with a 0?
Yeah.
The Fauchard boosts on 5, so 3 times.
3 boosts. So how much damage is that?
It's 1 damage per, an extra 1 damage per boost, right?
No, I'm saying like the base damage and then plus the boost and plus your strength bonus.
Base damage is 7, so 3 boosts. That would 10
10.
damage. Armor surpass of 3.
Armor surpass of 3. Okay, so 10 damage. It did have 10 armor rating. So you hit it and you don't do much to it, but you do a little bit of damage to one of these eyes. You can describe what that looks like.
Yeah, so I mean I again, mouth frothing, covered in blood, sweat, not only from the exertion, but feeling the chill of death, touching, again, through the darkness, just blaring, aggressive, golden illumination pouring forth not only from the eyes, but the screaming, even wisps of light themselves, or itself coming forth from my agape, shrieking, screaming mouth, leaving a slight trail, and of course blooming, catching as if flame itself upon the contaminated flesh that parts before me, and those who do not part before me are turned to ash before me. The clattering of old weapons, tattered remnants of armor or clothing, adding to the susurrus echoing through this place. I have the foul shard raised aloft, and I leap up, getting some ground. I'm hoping to take this thing all the way down to the hilt, but it doesn't. The sheer density, whatever stuff of this creature, this spirit, I don't know what it is, but I know that it is blasphemy to call forth these abominable things. The foul shard, sinks in, perhaps 3 inches into this thing. I stay for half a second, just perched, aloft as the tearing sound of metal is heard as I fall back to the ground, having to stop from falling on my ass here, as I look aghast but still absolutely enraged.
Let's go ahead and roll me conditioning life force.
I will. All right.
Oh, no.
Yeah, man.
Oh, dang! You might. Shit.
Aw.
14.
That sucks.
20.
Comes after an 8, so it still counts. So that's 14
It's 24.
plus your bonus.
Difference of 20.
Difference of 20. Okay, let me check how much damage that is.
Yeah.
So in that case, you would gain. Yeah, so difference of 25 goes into 24 times. All right, so you are going to lose 5
What
points.
was its roll?
It rolled. You can see in the roll 20, it got a 44.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Perfect.
As you lose 5 points of vigor, as you feel this immense feeling of oblivion just reach into your chest and hold on to your heart, gripping hard. As describe what this looks like to be necromantically drained of some of your very life force.
Yeah, for sure. As this thing somehow glowers inhumanly, inogrely, even, if you will, as the baleful blue light of this thing, for a moment, the light, which is still pouring forth, the glare from the sun, it lasts a scene, that itself seems to be diminished. The color, even of the body paint, the blood that was spattered on him from the sacrifice, that itself is sort of, like hot droplets of water or droplets of water on a hot pan. It sizzles and evaporates into nothing. I stoop, the sweat steaming from my form. I feel, or I appear to actually be slightly diminished in a way, as if the body mass, as if there's some aspect of the very substance of Volcar is siphoned away into nothing. Again, like some piece of meat on a hot broiler, sort of shrinking, shriveling. Although, and at this point, I do start, despite the glare of the sun, just blood pouring down out of my eyes, pouring out of my nostrils, like vomiting forth blood. I'm stooped, staggered, aghast, and agog. But I am not dead yet, as I get ready to strike again.
All right, and as this is happening, are you keeping Glare of the Sun up or no?
Me? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, there's uncleanness
All right.
all throughout here. I despise and hate this thing, and this thing must be destroyed. Who told me so? Or
Well,
I
that
must
is
be.
happening. After the first bout of exchanges.
Yeah. So
Could
what
me-
is
could me
everyone
my
else
two-
doing right
Yeah,
now?
could me and my two boys just try to drag him back?
You can make an attempt, although he may be able to resist that. What is, of course, Lady Kelzika is going over and getting, helping to get, uh, helping to get Ral.
Who is
What is
still just
Ophelia?
yelling as he's holding his bleeding, broken arm. Again, the bone is literally jutting out. This ogre, in his immense strength, has just fucking snapped this thing like a twig against the floor here. As he's essentially doing his best to stop the bleeding. He's in far too much pain to worry about what's going on separate from everything else. Whatever schemes or plots this Kalfar has been reduced to a broken arm at the moment.
I assume these skeletons are starting to like come out of the crypts towards us.
They started like moving. They were doing that, and then when the like light of basically morning came out of Volkar's eyes, they kind of stumbled back, and a lot of them collapsed, and some just moved back a bit, but maybe about to begin closing in again. But most of them just like collapsed from contact with the
I mean,
holy
the rest
light.
of you have been essentially watching the ogre solo this. I'm kind of wondering if someone's going to help him out there.
As
When
you
we
can
get
see-
the
see-
chance, yeah. Ophelian's
yeah,
gonna just kind of tighten up the thing on his shield. He draws his axe off of his back. He's like, "Well then," as he kind of cracks his knuckle on his axe, and he raises his shield up in a defensive thing. And as he starts to approach like this exit where these skeletons are starting to come from, to kind of keep them from leaving through that doorway the best he can. Kind of
they're
trying to
making no
bottleneck
attempt
them.
to leave. They're just trying to get near you.
So they're staying within the bounds of the thing, but they're not coming out. They're just reaching out.
They're not coming out.
To be
of the-
absolutely clear, the only three people that have actually passed this threshold are Volkar, Ral, and the lady. I believe
Yes.
everyone
Gotcha.
else stayed behind the door.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So you can see this happening, but they're not coming out of the doors.
Well, I'm trying to go stop our little Volcar boy from dying.
All right,
Alright.
take two. Maybe a Ferrum can do it, I believe.
God, fuck
Is
no. I'm bringing my
Ophelian
two boys
trying
with
that
me.
as well?
Ophelian's just got his shield out. He's got his axe in his other hand. He's just going to clear the way for whoever plans on going in there.
He's not.
Angus rushes in as well.
Let's go.
Using
What are you nodding along
using
for? You
glare
going to
of the sun.
suicide?
As Angus, as you can see, as he runs in, he essentially takes quickly from his hand, and as he speaks something in Pelganese, Allahu Arifa, as he snorts up what looks like it might be something akin to bath salts, as his eyes burst into golden light that cuts like a blade through the darkness as he sweats and his teeth grind as he moves about, looking into here um, as Ophelian and Jerk are moving towards you, Volkar. Volkar, you would have the opportunity for one more attack here before they try to grab or stop you.
Okay. We'll certainly attempt that.
And I'm going to say add your piety to this attack because it has now become clear to
Okay.
you that this is like true
Yeah,
evil.
sure.
Like this might be worse than Ahriman.
Oh, damn.
Because it is.
8.
I mean, it broke my arm. I agree.
13 attack roll.
All right, so and it boosts on 7, you said? Or
No, the
6?
Bouchard boosts on 5.
Okay, 5. Okay, so that's 2 boosts. So how much damage is that in total?
9 damage, 3 armor surpass.
All right, so that'd be 2 damage. So still,
Okay.
you're not doing much, but you're hitting the eye as the eye
Yeah.
seems to twitch.
Just
kinda-
screaming out curses, just castigating into Julian in Moolish. For sure. I don't know what this thing is, and I don't even particularly care. But a powerful spirit of Tehul. I have, divine. I've been divinely charged to destroy this thing, and if not, I am just not worthy, and I should die.
Yeah, as you're continuing to swing, these other two, Ophelian and Jerk, please.
I'm bringing
You
my
can,
2 Pharaoh boys with me too. We're trying to grab him.
all right.
All 3 of us.
You can
Teamwork.
make you can both make a brawl grappling roll here. Jerk, you get a +4 because your 2 buddies helping, and
I have
we'll
no
add
points
this
of brawl.
number together. And Volkar, you are rolling against this, so you're rolling brawl grappling if you
Brawl
wish to continue attacking
Absolutely.
the side. Yeah.
I do have no points in brawl, so minus
Do you have any
4.
points in athletics?
I do.
How many?
2.
Yeah, boy.
All right, you still take a -4 to this roll.
Alright.
What if I have a 5 in athletics?
If you have 5 in athletics and no brawl, then you just get a +0 from brawl, but you don't take a -4.
Okay.
22.
Well then.
And you're getting a +4, but a -4 as
11.
well, bonus
Yeah.
off, so it balances
Yeah, so
out.
just using my
It's
strength.
your strength bonus, yeah. So what did you guys get together?
I
If
got
you
a
add your
3.
rolls together. Oh,
I got an
You got a
11,
3?
so
well, you mean you got a base of 3 and then plus your bonus?
No. I got a +1. I rolled a 1 and a 2.
Oh, dude. Okay, 3 and what did you get?
11.
You ain't beating this
my-
guy's too
Oh
strong.
my gosh! Even with
Yes!
3 failed
Yes,
human, you
Deb.
can't pull him away. You can't pull him away as he's just getting away from you guys. I mean, you guys are nothing. You're not doing anything. He barely even needs to resist you. Like you can just ignore them grabbing you and keep attacking the eye if you want because they can't
I do.
move you.
You goddamn right. I need to remind myself if like falling into a rage does anything for me.
As if you have the advantage rage, it does increase your strength by your wrath bonus. As we are going to cut over to Lady Kelzika and Ral Zardi as she rushes to you and she says, "Oh, hold on a minute, Ral. Hold on a minute."
As he's not even bothering to hide the fact that his voice is different at this point, as he's staring down in a mixture of disbelief and just shock at his arm. The idea that he could have failed at that so drastically is so foreign to him. He doesn't really know how to handle the situation. His brain is sort of short circuited. In a way, he's not really been humbled because he can't believe what just happened. As there's blood spewing out of his purple arm as the bone juts out. As after a moment, he seems to notice that she's there. But then is a bit more bewildered by the fact his arm's broken again as he goes back to looking at that. Kind of eyes trailing one way and then the other. As what does she do?
She comes up to you and kneels down as she sees you there, and she gives you a warm smile, and she says, "Do not worry. In time, you will recover." As she shuts her eyes and holds her hands up, as she's knelt down, as she says, "By the power of Baal, may this man's recovery be swift, so that he may serve his purpose once again. In your sacred, holy name, Baal, in your many names, great Lord Legion." And as she puts this golden, fiery, infernal light upon you, this golden light, it doesn't actually heal anything as of yet. However, you will get a +1 to your next recovery roll.
A
But
+1 to my next recovery roll? I'll take it. That's a steal.
Yes, it does as
Oh, yeah.
well ease the pain a bit. You know,
Okay, a
it's
bit.
like,
I was going to say, I mean,
yeah.
he's in a lot of pain. How much relief are we talking here?
It goes
Okay.
from like unimaginably unbearable, you can't even think, to you can barely think and make coherent thoughts, but you still can. It's just
Now, I must
really
say, for
difficult.
semi-secretive reasons, we both know a little something about this man that might imply as to why this is mostly an emotional concern. Does it help with the emotional pain?
Yes.
Oh, now upon this magical fix to my feelings, that is a very different story. As
Only
Ral takes a
lightly, however. It does give you a
lightly, all
little
right.
bit
So
of
there's a
pride.
smudge,
Gives
I
you a
suppose.
little bit of pride.
So I imagine that she realizes that if she doesn't drag this man and herself out of here, they're going to be in the thick of it pretty quick, right?
Yeah, as she calls over, Lefo, come here, help me carry Roll out. As Lefo rushes over,
As Lefo's going over and as she's calling it out, and as Ral's coming to, in the haze of pain as he clutches his arm, and there's that moment of blissful clarity mixed in the torrent, the sea of pain and doubt and despair, his own failure. He comes up with a little bit of an idea when he hears Lefo's name of all the people she could call over, that beautiful woman. There's an opportunity to be had here as Ral is going to smile just briefly to himself as he looks about the room. He looks at the door to this place. What does he have around him?
These strange, small, crumbled buildings. This wall with these metallic blue eyes upon it, being stabbed by Volkar Jatako, and then strange, ghostly structures here and there, all in this ancient Ferrum-style architecture. Big, squat, blocky buildings.
Interesting. Okay. And he's certain that whatever thing asked him to stop the ogre saw him make the attempt, right?
Yes.
Raul's getting a little bit of a deviously chancy plan. A little bit of a risk he'd like to take. As he realizes something a little quickly. As he kind of nudges himself, kind of shouldering up for a moment to quickly kind of bark a whisper into this Legionite's ear. Oh, let him carry me. Yes, this is perfect. You go once he's here. Thank you.
She nods as she hands you off to him.
As
he takes you.
before he gets over there, as she's hearing this, he looks about. Are there still these swarms of creatures about, or has Volkar truly slain all of them?
With the help of Angus using his glare of the sun as well, all of the undead moving towards you have collapsed.
Okay, so there's no undead around. Is there anything hanging from the ceiling?
Not that you can see. Currently.
In the building he's in, to be clear?
Yes.
Any sharp objects?
Any sharp objects? Yeah, a few like sharp pieces of stone, here and there.
That'll do. As they're getting to the door, he feigns falling to the ground. And just to sell it, he smashes his own broken arm against it as he
It's gonna
begins
take 1
to.
damage.
Yeah, we'll say that. That's really into the quick. That's fine. That's fine. He's got just barely enough hate that he can deal with it. With Berserker, I'll actually say that his sheer fucking hatred for El Sam at this point is really what's fueling this honestly near suicidal plan of his. But it has to work. This is his one opportunity to get rid of this disgusting individual as he falls. And I imagine that it's relatively easy to push her off of him at the door as he gives her a brief, sly smile and then pretends to have fallen and collapsed to the side, knowing Lifo will come for him now that he's been asked by the lady to do so.
As Lifo comes to catch you as you fall.
Yeah, as Ral is kind of rolled to the side, away from the doorway, a little towards the center of the room, out of the line of sight of everyone else.
Yeah,
When
Lifo scurries after you, confused by what you're doing. As
he's holding his arm in immense pain, as he doesn't really have to hide it. It really fucking hurts. As his other hand behind his back is beginning to pull out a garrote wire, as he writhes on the ground. You
Come
of
on.
all people!
Come on now, let's get you up. He goes in.
I don't think I can rise. You'll have to grab me by the shoulder. Quick, they'll be here soon.
He just wraps his arm around your back and starts.
Oh, does he
to
really?
pull you up. Yeah.
Oh, no way is he that stupid. Oh, Ral is elated that this man does this. Now, is this his sword arm, his strong arm that he picks him up with?
No, he keeps his sword arm free.
Excellent. As Ral rolls about a little bit more in pain, of course, making sure this man has to put a little more effort in to pick him up.
He goes down both hands.
There it
down
is.
At this point, pulling you up.
As the moment he has both hands occupied, Ral goes in for it as he is going to pull out that garrote wire and attempting to essentially flip his weight onto this man, cover his mouth as he attempts to strangle him, as I am going to go ahead and make a strangle attempt on this Calfar.
Roll me brawl grappling.
Let me double check how far into the quick I am, just to be certain I'm not taking penalties. I think Berserker only goes as far as my hate.
Even if you aren't taking quick penalties, because you described yourself breaking your arm,
yes,
that means you're using one arm here, which is going to be just a -4 penalty.
That's very fair, although I would argue that both his hands are occupied, his arms are occupied, so he would receive perhaps a worse penalty in this case, as he has no arms to stop me.
Well, he's just trying to push you off of him. He would not be.
Well, again, to be clear, you said that he picked him up with full arms, yes?
Yeah, and now he's trying to push you off of him with both.
Well, he doesn't know that I'm going to garrote wire him. Remember, he didn't see.
Okay, well, I'm saying once you're choking him, he's going to be trying to push you off of him.
Right, and all I'm saying is, if his body's against his, to do that, he'd have to push his arms back, and so he's going to attempt to essentially press himself against this man back to his friend.
Roll brawl grappling.
I'm just asking, would that provide a penalty if he's using both his arms?
He'll take a -2.
I'll take it. All right. Oh, and you know what? Fuck it. Do you mind if I use good fortune here?
I don't. You can do
All
that.
right. And remind me what good fortune does.
It adds a +5 to your roll, and 7s explode.
Okay, well, I didn't roll any 7s, so that's nothing to worry about. So 9 plus 5 is 14. Let me add up my bonuses. Now, a garrote wire gives what sort of benefit to your brawl?
It gives you a basically a forte bonus.
Oh,
So if you have 5 in brawl, a +2.
that's fantastic. All right. So in that case, let me see here. I had a 14 from the roll. I did not roll any 7s or 8s, so there's no boosting to be had, unfortunately. Adding in the other bonuses, and this is just applying it, so I'm using my dex here, right?
Yeah, and
All right.
yes, and give me just a moment.
Sure. And that gives me an opportunity to quickly check over what I got here.
Traitor.
Oh, do 2 of you get free food? No! Oh, damn, I'm jealous. Whew. I don't think I have anybody around at this point. Where is the popcorn? Yes. Aha! All right, I guess we're waiting on him to be done with that then.
Very evil plans you got there, buddy. Very evil.
Oh, very risky.
Mm.
But the goals outlined by the boss were very clear.
BRB.
All right, sounds good.
Alright. I wonder what it could be worth.
Well, long story short, when the House of Jelf tells you to do something, it doesn't matter how much you might hate them. You kind of have to do it.
Damn. Bureaucrats. Gotta hate them.
Bureaucrats, yeah. Yeah. Real nasty people, wouldn't know them. Not me, no. No bureaucrats to be seen here.
Not at all. Definitely not part of the council. That's a bureaucratic.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, see, this group of heroes is... We would never turn on each other. That's nonsense, absolutely.
Definitely not. Death is such a meaningless thing.
Well, okay. You know, we're that far, but sure. Yeah.
All right, so
Hey, welcome back.
how much did you beat him by?
Well, I'm actually checking if I did in fact beat him because I'm not sure. I believe
He got a
the
12.
total was 12. Oh, then I absolutely do. I think I boost, although I'm not sure what that does for a strangle. So to be clear, my bonuses added up here, applied to the roll. Let's see, that's 9 plus 5.
I'll pull up the strangler advantage. I'll let you know
That would
what
be
it does.
great.
That's the advantage you're using, right?
That's correct. That is the 3-pointer I have. I believe I just have to apply the strangle. Now, anyways, adding these numbers up, that would be 5 plus 9 plus whatever the hell my dex is. I think that's 4. And then you said Groat gives like an effective forte. So that works out great.
Yeah.
And
is it a masterwork garrote, by the way?
Would
think
a 5 opulence allow me to have a masterwork garrote? It is his weapon of choice, the only weapon he has.
Garrote, so
sure.
I guess in that case, that is a
hell yeah.
In that case, that is a another +1, and you just simply don't need to worry about it breaking. Usually, garrotes are one of the few things
that's
that
pretty
you
nice.
regularly worry about.
A garrote that can't break is very nice. I'll be sure to remember that, as I have a total of, get this, 28.
Okay, 28.
Would I be able to just apply these boosts to vigor damage at this point?
Well, here I'm gonna read it really quick. While engaged in a chokehold, both you and your subject are treated as if you each had defense capacity of 0. During your turn, you may grapple, attack opposed by your opponent's grapple, but if you do not win this roll, they will break free. If you do win this roll, they take 1 vigor damage plus 1 vigor damage per each boost you roll. If their vig reaches 0, they will either be choked out or strangled to death, depending on your wishes. Regardless of how many attacks you could otherwise perform around, you can perform no more than one choke attack per round. If they break free of your chokehold, this big damage will return at a rate of 1 per round on their turn.
Well, I'm very glad I
Um,
used fortune here. Okay, that's fantastic. I don't think this will be enough to outright kill him. But do you mind if I give up one of these boosts to guarantee that I have a hand over his mouth so he can't make any noise?
yes.
Excellent, excellent. So giving up one of my boosts and doing some quick math. A Groat Wire boosts on what? Does a Strangle boost on what? I'm
Do
assuming
you
just
have
a
martial artist?
standard. I do.
And then it boosts on 5.
Easy peasy. All right, so oh, and I did actually get at least in it. Yeah, let me double check. Yeah, -1 from the quick. I don't have enough hate, quite enough. I'm not that hateful enough yet to really power this. So
And then that
that's actually
minus
27.
4
Yes,
as well.
so that drops it to a 23. So 23 then
Minus
minus
12.
12. I think that
11.
is 11. Okay, so 2 boosts. I
2
give up
boosts, so
1 to silence him, so I do 1
2
initial
vigor
vigor
damage.
damage. 2. All right, sounds good to me. I will take 2.
He's 2 vigor damage in total as he's
As Raul
with your
whispers into
hand.
his ear, a gentleman's agreement, then. I think you and I, only one of us is walking out of here. I promise not to tell if you don't. As, I think he can attempt to break out of this on his turn, right?
Yeah, yes, he's going to.
Oh, he's going to try. I happen to be quite good at strangling people. In fact, it's all that I do. I'm going to roll double ones, aren't I? That would be beautiful. I did not, in fact, roll double ones.
He's
I wish
not
I had used
taking
good
his
fortune on this
penalty
roll.
in this case.
Well, to be fair, his arms are still a little occupied.
That's true, but I'm just representing that as he's trying to push and pull them and get them unoccupied. That's what he's trying to free first.
Very fair, very fair. No need to argue that point. I'm very happy with my rolls, so I don't mind.
Alright.
Yes! Yes! I think
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
boosting
so-
again. Oh, this man is going to lose some vigor, sir.
So how
The
many
Elsemites will
points
not be
did you
winning
beat him by?
today. Down with ye, filthy heathen. How dare they worship fucking bats of all things. As, let me double check to make sure I actually am boosting here. I could be wrong.
At this point, I would allow, if anyone is at all looking for Ral, I just want to clarify.
I would
is anyone
sincerely hope the lady
looking
is
for
doing
Ral
her
or
distraction
Rico?
at this point.
Yeah, so we're gonna cut back over
Right on,
to
right
the
on.
rest as Lady Kelzika, she steps out and she says, "Behold, grave evil, a soul snatcher! I see here the mark of necromancy. We must be gone swiftly now. We shall muster our forces and we shall bring it down. Come!" As she's gathering everyone together, holding her arms up, as you hear the voice booming out, "Leave this place
The thing
be."
is, it's saying that, but we're still next to it. We're trying to stop our elder friend from beating it.
Yeah.
This bitch just
As,
comes around the corner and starts screaming as we're trying to restrain
As
Volker.
you see now, Angus joins in and he hits the eye, but it just he hits one of the eyes, just kind of clanking his broadsword off of it. Doesn't have much of an effect as he shouts, "Die, necromancer! I already have, you fool!" Starting with good old Mercadius and the Ferrum here. Are you guys still trying to pull Volcar
Yes.
away?
I would assume so,
he's
yes.
dedicated to
Yeah,
face
yeah. Go
off
ahead
as
and
well.
another brawl grappling roll. This is brawl grappling, the role
Stop
playing
resisting,
game.
son.
As
Stop resisting.
No.
as you
I
can
don't wanna
make
talk
me
about it.
you make me a roll as well, Volcar. And
Stop
of course,
resisting. Stop
in your
resisting.
case, Bonesaw, you are getting a +4.
Yeah, still -4 +1. So we got
okay.
in total a. How much did you get?
Did I get? I don't want to talk about it.
I got a 23.
23 plus 2, 25.
I got a 3.
Yeah, no, you got a 2 because one of those is a
No, his
1.
Oh.
bonus. His
2.
bonus.
Oh, yeah, what's your
No,
bonus?
I
Plus
don't have
4?
one.
Oh,
Bastard.
what's your strength?
My strength is a 12.
Okay,
So it's
you
a
have a
plus
plus 4 then.
So
Oh, I
that's
thought
a
it was
6.
based on the okay, that's like so
No.
plus
You
6.
don't get any skill bonus, but you get your stat bonus. So yeah, you got a 6 plus bone size 23. That's a 29. What did you get, Volcar?
21.
Oh, okay. So describe how you guys, with great difficulty, you're able to pull Volcar away. But Volcar, you do get one more
I'm
attack.
resisting all. Oh, one more attack. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm resisting the
you can get
entire
one
way.
more. Yeah.
Try.
On the
It would
other.
not have succeeded had I not been deep into the quick, which I am.
Thankfully, you have severe brain damage at this current instant.
All right. 2 and what's it? That's just 2. 2. 11. Yeah, I think that's just 11. No, that's not. No, it's not. It's not 11. I forgot my 6. 6. Only a
Oh, shit,
6
so
attack roll
That's
with a
one
2
boost.
and a
So
1, and with
how much
the
damage is that?
2 boosts. How many boosts?
That's one boost.
Oh yeah,
'Cause
that's right.
it's,
Because its
6,
defense
yeah.
is 0.
Yeah. So how much damage
8
is that looking
damage,
like?
3 armor surpass.
All right. That's 1 damage. So you managed to kind of glance the eye with it as you see. You can
Just
see it is
absolute
twitching violently.
fury. Yeah, you're grabbing me. It's bizarre. You'd think the blood would be running hot. It's ice cold but slick, just with coated in sweat. Not only coated in sweat, but at this point, just rivulets of blood are coming forth. As I said, not only from the eyes, from the nose, the mouth, but as part of the internal damage of being touched by ghosts and befouled with necromancy or some other profane magics. Some blood vessels in the skin have ruptured, and I'm just sweating in certain places, just very thin blood mixing in with the sweat. You're absolutely filthy. Of course, the body paint is now just slick and smearing off on you as well. You see the the brilliant red skin beneath the body paint, of course. Both of you are trying to grab me.
Yeah.
Okay. And one of you, I'll let you determine who it is. As you're grabbing me, as there's your hands are grasped around the small of the back, and again the body paint coming off. There's maybe it's a scar, you're not sure, but there's a sort of a raised malformation or some disturbance to the skin that briefly registers in the heat of this moment somewhere along my back. There's maybe an old wound, you're not sure, but you get that. But you're able to slowly. I'm exhausting myself at this point, but just barely you're able to grab me back, drag me away from this thing and back into the larger cavern.
Now, pretty much, you got 3 midgets and a big guy just dragging you. Probably the families were pulling you by the legs, just like dragging you, pushing along there, and the human has you by around like the waist, pushing that way. Probably still letting you swing around, but not enough to move forward.
Yeah, I likely almost kill one or several of my allies in the flailing. Just swinging wildly the fauchard, swinging wildly with a free hand as I'm taken down. As again the light. In fact, I'm going to continue to overcast. Just the chanting and screaming barely conscious in Tehulian and Moolish. An absolute lunatic. You were able to wrangle out of the cave.
As
Damn.
you all come out of the cave, as you can see Lady Kelzika gathering people around, getting people together. Uh,
Ophelion is gonna once he's finished pushing this big lump out of the ruins, he's gonna stand up. He's gonna do a head count real quick. He's gonna look around to see who's missing.
right now,
we-
Cram Koval, as well as Lefo, Angus, and let me get the name right. And Ral are missing as well.
All right, he's gonna look around. He's gonna look back into the ruins, see if he can spot any of them still.
Yeah, as you look in, you can see Angus. He ran up to the eyes. He is still trying to fight the eyes with his broadsword, just roaring about anti-human.
Ophilion's just kind of gonna have a sigh and a not very happy look on his face. He goes, "Oh, for the love of!" And he goes rushing back in to grab Angus now.
Yes.
Here's the question. Yeah, I was about to say. Also, I'm doing a head count. Where's our? Do I notice the Calfra boy anywhere, or like any trace?
No,
of
yeah. Like I said, the ones that are missing right now. Well, now you know where Angus is. He's fighting the eyes still.
I'm gonna
But
go look for a Calfra boy. He was wounded. We gotta
yeah,
see
both
them.
Lefo and Ral are missing, as is Cram Koval.
Yeah, I'm gonna go try to find them. Grab my Ferrum lads after dragging this boy along.
You would
and
know
just
the
go.
building that he's in if you want to go through those doors.
Would he? How would I know he's in that building?
Was that on?
You saw him literally get launched through it by the ogre. Volkar
if
punted him
so,
pretty damn good, like a football, you could say.
if I knew where he is, yeah, I'm gonna go fucking check on him. Like, I'm a Tehulian priest. I gotta make sure there's no, meaningless deaths. You shouldn't.
So you would
die.
not find him in that little hut he came in. But actually, as you're walking off in that direction,
I would assume he'd be running.
Elzika, well, you're a Ferrum, so
My speed is
running.
7.
Amazing.
yeah.
am
As you
doing
as
a
you try
running
to waddle,
speed is yeah,
as
waddling.
you try to waddle that direction as quickly as you can, Kelzika says, she says, Jerk, please, can you come and lead us in a prayer to Tehul to protect us from this great horror? Please come, join Volkar in prayer up
Yes!
to Tehul and
For
join
Tehul,
him,
we will have our revenge.
join him in prayer.
Yes, he has no reason not to do. Actually, no. This would be a piety check to see if he
Well, you
values
don't
like.
need to roll anything. Just do
No.
what your character
Personally,
would do.
I gotta see because he's currently in a division. Religiously speaking, he has to make sure that there's no meaningless deaths. Like every guy should die for a reason. Being punted is not a good reason to die. Because you try to save someone, and preaching is also a very good thing he wants to do. So let's see what he's gonna do. If he gets high enough, he's just gonna go preach. If not, he's just gonna need to go check on the boy. What's his piety? Oh fuck, pretty high. I'd say like 15 and below. He goes
You'd
check
be
on.
if you're preaching, that would be probably diplomacy plus presence or theology plus presence.
Yeah. First, I want to
depending
see
on
what
your
he's
style.
gonna do.
He's rolling to decide.
Yeah, he
Oh,
is.
okay.
Yeah, he's belief that he needs to make sure every life is sacred. He saw the desecration. He wants to make sure there's no more meaningless deaths in this place. as he is gonna turn his back and is gonna continue
So
waddling.
you're walking as you go towards there. Kelzika moves in front of you. And she says, "Holy man, there are bodies behind you littered, their souls unable to reach to whose grace." She looks to the bodies behind you as she's like
The
standing in front of
ghost.
you and blocking you. Come, join us in prayer. Let us aid these souls.
All right, one time being starved is fair enough. Second time is a bit suspicious now.
As
Yeah, he's gonna roll insight on this girl. So
you're gonna what?
he's gonna roll
Oh,
insight
you're
on this
gonna
girl.
make an insight roll?
Yeah, something sus about this.
All right, go
Something's
for it.
wrong. I can feel it. I'm pretty sure I had decent insight, right?
While that's happening, Ophelion, has he made it to Argus yet?
To
Or
Angus,
Angus.
yes. And you can make an athletic brawl grapple roll on him.
We are trying to save suicide
So am I
bombers, I
using
swear.
strength or am I using athletics for it?
Strength, and you don't have any brawl, so just your strength bonus.
Okay. And it's a 12. My strength is a 12, so my bonus would be what again?
Your bonus would be 4.
Okay. 11.
All right. Just a moment. This isn't Angus's roll, but all right. Let me check something. Sorry, I gotta make a couple of rolls
Damn,
here.
she's good at lying. As expected of a Calfar.
What? No, we're perfectly honest. The most honest people you'll ever meet.
I'd have to believe you.
That's true.
All right. Well, yeah. So what did you get, Bonesaw?
I got a 18.
All right. So she seems to be being sincere, and she's kind of like right now, kind of like a poor, frightened young woman just trying to hold it together. Like this is obviously a lot for her, and she's just pleading for your help, just with how just shocking you imagine this whole situation must be for a woman. It seems like a quite reasonable response from her.
Yeah, he's looking at that, like his eyes like seem to widen up for a moment, like thinking, I forgot my duties for a moment. I need to. As he looks around like, oh, I need to. As he's like a bit of stumbled, a bit like dumbfounded. Like how can he like let himself like be split like that? He needs to be resolute. As he like looks at her, like he's short. I think I made him like 4 feet tall. Like looking up at her, like he raises his hand, like in the motion, like put on her shoulder, but can't reach too high up. As he like just gives her like halfway through that, just gives her like a bit of a salute, like like a not military one you could say, but but a how would you say it? Like a heartfelt thank you, a bit of a nod, a bow. As he then immediately
she
turns
gives you a
around.
sweet smile.
Yeah, you turn around and start yelling in Tehulish as loud as he can for the cycle of renew. As he like starts fucking fervently praying as hard as loud as he can, like trying to start like a fervor with his 2 boys with him, like gesturing them to go on in hard prayer as he's gonna start trying to do like a little mass while trying to get the ghost to to continue on. Do I roll for this, or do I just do it in the background?
I mean, if you're not making any sort of ritual, actually, you can make me a diplomacy roll. See if you wait. What are you trying to enact a ritual, or are you just doing like You're
I'm
just
trying to enact a
praying for the
ritual
dead.
to get the dead to continue on, and trying also to, at the same time, instill a divine fervor into my voice. Inspire them.
All right. You're not at any level of power
To do any of
yet.
those yet, yes.
However, you can call upon a prayer for that and just pray for the souls here and pray to Tuhul. Of course, he will hear your prayer. So yeah, go ahead and make me a diplomacy roll and add me your piety. The piety won't apply to the people you're worshiping, to the people you're praying, who you're giving service to, but just
Yeah.
for just add your piety for the big man below may think of
20
this. 20. Okay. And what is that without your piety?
with the piety.
No, yeah. So with the piety, that's 20. What is it without your piety?
14.
14. Okay. So yeah, as you pray and people listen and gather around and nod, having shame and sadness for what's happened to the dead here. A great travesty, a great insult to Tuhul. Um, as we cut back over where another perhaps insult, perhaps compliment to Tuhul is taking place as Ral make me another grapple roll.
I'm betting this will be the final one as long as unless his vigor's crazy high, then I'd have to boost.
And how much damage have you done so far?
Total count
vigor-wise?
on the vigor is 7 damage to his vigor so far. So he's probably feeling not too strong right now. Bit weak-winded.
Damn.
So I imagine the garrote wires
seven damage.
7, yeah.
Oh,
That
goodness.
initial world, all those boosted, and the
Uh,
next one boosted. I got a devil 7. I
he's at
wish I'd used good
4
fortune on
vigor
that second roll.
currently
I
as
really
he's
should have,
just
but I couldn't have
as
known.
he's just trying to break free.
Yeah, as Raoul's gonna whisper one last thing into his ear. One last push. Remember our agreement. As he is going to go ahead and just slam his one good arm into that garrote, as I'm going to go ahead and roll here. As he is trying to essentially cut into this man's throat in one swift motion. And I'll interpret killing him as I'll wait and see. You could probably guess. All right. What's his role?
He's gonna try to resist.
Right on.
He's gonna try.
I mean, he's got to respect. He's got to respect the back worshiper for trying until the end. He definitely is a fighter. Whoa! That might actually succeed. Let me double check. Because I'm not getting any special bonuses. This is just the base. So if a 21 on his end, I don't think he's enough. I don't think I boost though. Let me double check. Yeah, there's no way that's a boost. So I have a total of, let me see here, plus 9 plus 10 because it's masterwork plus another 4. So that would be plus 14 plus 11. I don't think that's a boost. He managed to save himself by 1, as that's only 1 vigor damage, if I'm not mistaken.
Holding on, yes, yeah, as he's trying, his eyes wide, and you can see it's not even just will to live. It's not even just courage or bravery or any great ideal thing that is causing him to keep fighting. Lifo is continuing to fight because he hates you and everyone else. You can feel it in the way he fights.
Raul has to respond to that as he
his
continues
eyes.
to choke this man out, as he's having this dialogue with him. As he pauses, looking at this man in disbelief for a moment before a smile and almost nod, a genuine nod of respect comes from him as he's continuing to choke the man, but he looks at him somewhat sympathetically. I understand exactly how you feel. As I'm good to move on to the last roll here, as he kicks him against the wall, kind of stumbling, as he
Yeah.
himself.
Oh, and this is
brought into the-
probably gonna be the last one because he got a 9. As he.
Oh, did he really?
Like,
Yep.
yes.
Yep, he's dead.
How
As
many- how
there is
many
a
times do you
loud.
boost?
Do you want me to describe it?
Well, how many times do you boost?
Oh, so if that's plus 14 again, that would be a 26 versus his. You said 9.
Yeah.
26,
So that's
9, 3 at
17.
least. So at least
3
4
boosts.
vigor.
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
assuming he has a vigor lower
can
than
you
12.
can yeah you can choke him to death.
Yeah, as he doesn't just choke him to death. He saw those sharp rocks in the room earlier, and he wants to make this sure this looks like something that might have been done by one of those undead minions from before. As there's a loud snap as the man's spine, that top part of his neck, cracks, not enough to kill him, but enough to paralyze him. Azrael looks at him sympathetically for a moment before he grins almost maniacally, matching the man's what might be his expression, as he replaces the good hand that's blocking his mouth with the bone stump of his arm as he stabs the bone of his own arm into this man's throat, going upwards into the top of his mouth and then into his brain as he repeatedly jabs the sharp end of his broken arm, screaming in pain. As he puts a little bit of his own hatred in that, as he respects this man enough to give him a proper end.
Well, all right, yeah. As you stab.
Sorry about
him,
that. Boys just asked me about Arcane, but I am busy with the D&D. To
As you
re-describe that last part, where did I leave off?
You said as you have enough respect for him.
Oh yeah, enough respect to give him an end that is defined by hatred. As he whispers a faint blasphemy, which I will say for spoiler reasons is kept to the audience's best guess, as he slams this man's throat, releasing his now bloody, and I'd say he takes another point of damage from what he just did with his broken arm to this man, into one of the sharp, jagged rocks on the floor of this room as he slashes his throat against it as if the man was pushed against it by something else, doing it a few times before he pauses, dusts himself off of his good hand, winces in immense pain as the adrenaline begins to leave him, and glances about the room to make sure everything looks right.
As you look around, you don't notice anything particularly
He has one last thing to do then. He needs to make absolutely certain this scene looks like a fight that might have happened with one of those creatures, as I'm going to roll a disguise check to prep the room, if that's all right. Quickly.
All right,
so I
yeah,
want to
go
give
for
myself
it.
a penalty here, if that's all right, to do it really fast.
Yeah.
All right, maybe would a -2, -3 seem fair?
Yeah.
Right on. He does have
-4,
a forte
-4.
in disguise here.
-4 for going fast.
And he has a -1 from his quick penalty. Actually, no,
Yeah.
-2 now. So total
Yeah.
of -6. Thankfully, I have a skill of 6, so I can use my forte bonus here, and I'm assuming presence.
Yeah.
All right. With a plus,
But-
let's fucking go. All right, 18
How much
on
health
that
gauge
one. I
do you
looked
have
out.
right now?
What's that?
How much health gauge do you have right now?
It's not fucking great. I think I'm at 3.
Damn, you are barely able to stand up.
11 vigor, baby.
You do have Berserker though, right?
I do.
Okay, yeah, so you're somewhat able to stand up.
I think I'm still getting like a -2 right now, if I counted correctly.
Yeah, you're like
After a couple of seconds pass, a few moments, Ral is limping out as if he's running away from something, making a big show of stumbling as he picks up his cane where he left it, as he's quickly crawling and rolling and scrambling to get to the door's precipice as if there's something behind him.
And I'm assuming you had said that I didn't manage to grapple him, but I managed to
yeah,
get
he's like
Angus's
standing
attention.
and staring at you now. What's
so
wrong with you, man?
I grab him. I kind of like grab him by the shoulder and I pull him to the side. I kind of stare him in the face. Come on, we're getting out of here. Help me find the others.
As he looks back at where the eyes he was stabbing at as they close up as the stone covers them up as you hear, "Do not return until you are willing to make a deal." And the booming voice kind of fades away with that deal as it is. You can simply hear now only the moaning and cries of pain that come from the great ruin of the great ruin of Erodamin, as it is called. As, just the sounds of pain and screaming as Angus moves out to help you gather the others as uh, you would see Ral running, limping, limping back from
Help
somewhere.
the Elsamite! Help him! Help him
As-
quick!
I'm gonna push Angus to go help the
Yeah, as Ral is
Elfmite.
pointing
And
behind
Ral, as
him with one good hand at the
Yeah.
door he left through.
Ophelian's kind of gonna push Angus in that direction to go do that, while he goes and he picks up Ral by the arm.
Ral makes a big show of collapsing into your
Kind of,
strong human arms.
yeah, kind of just starts dragging him out the door.
Young man. Oh, things have gotten so terribly wrong.
What happened?
The creatures. There was more of them. They attacked. This necromancy. It's more than we bargained for. The Elsamite's still in there. Is Angus going to help him?
And at that, Ophelian kind of, I'm assuming he's gotten Ral decently outside the door now, right?
Yeah,
Ophelian's kind of gonna let go
The
and
moment you
look
get
back and
past the
wait.
door, Raoul's breathing a sigh of relief as he's clutching his bleeding arm. As you notice, the bone jutting out has a lot of Kalfar blood on it. He bled a lot, definitely, for sure. The skin's peeled back as if it was slammed against something.
Ophelian
need-
just kind of looks
I
back at the
need-
door and waits.
I need a medicine. Man, a woman, I need something. Oh, I'm going to lose consciousness soon. Find me someone.
Ophelian just kind of looks back towards, he's looking around for, like, Jerk. Someone that he knows can be a healer.
How is my congression coming along then in the background?
As yeah, Jerk. So what did you roll without the piety
14
bonus?
without piety.
14. Okay, so this is a like no boost, but it's you succeeded. So it's like a good sermon, like a good sermon for the moment. You can kind of describe though. I do want to hear some of what you say, like I guess a highlight of the prayers you're giving and of the things you're preaching. That's one of the
All right. Then to describe as Jerk has pretty much, like on hand, he always has some silver on him, some medallions. Also, he has a small pouch on him that he uses for different religious symbologies. As he pretty much grabbed his two, not say retainers, but his two brothers, his two friends in arms, his two fellow ships together. As around the corpses, he's gathered quickly the corpses around him and made a small circle of rocks around them, of small stones of different sizes, whatever he could find around. If he can't find any, he would pretty much grab like his hammer and just like smash a few rocks to properly get enough for all of them.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
believe so.
also during his congression saying, wishing them a proper travel, nothing to disturb, and darkness may be gone for them, for they have the light of Tuhul to guide them. His holy blacksmithing ways shall forge their soul anew into a complete new being that shall continue on. As he grabs small slivers of silver and puts one on each of pretty much their foreheads or on their persons at some points to give them a holy protection in some ways, as he's not strong enough physically to give
Some
it
of
to him.
some of the sounds of pain and moaning and agony turns into, there's still some of that, but there are also the sounds of sobbing, of guilt and of shame. And, no, no, no.
While the wailing is in the background, he would, after properly pretty much giving his personal prayer at least and protection to those bodies, he would turn to the people and urge them that this is not a loss. This is for the light of next day. They gave their life, the ultimate sacrifice for we could live. We will get better. We shall learn, for cowardice is not in our hearts. Vengeance, retribution for that dark thing, the necromancy shall befall them. We shall rise in their defeat, and we shall make sure they are not reborn. As he urges them that this is not something that will be allowed anymore, and their deaths are something not to be mourned, but to be praised, for their courage is unfound anywhere else.
And as you bring that prayer up, Cram Koval comes stumbling out of a tunnel. Oh, 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 as he charges out, shaking, eyes wide. Oh, oh, by the power of Mu! Oh, I cannot believe what I have seen. Oh, 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 there was madness and dancing forms and death and blood.
Yes, cousin.
Oh,
This sacrilege, this insult, it will not stand.
we have to leave this place now. He's too strong. He spoke to me. He spoke to me in my mind.
And mine is I just grab him on the side of the temple. First, maybe I'm just gonna crush his brain and
He's like,
who knows? But I don't, of course. No, we are not cowards, cousin. We will come back with more, and we will rip those eyes out of the stone, and all of those anguished cries.
It's more than eyes. It's more than the eyes.
This place. My blade, just put the blade just up in his eye. It's bent. The foul shard wounded this thing, whatever it might be. That means it can die. This thing, its words etched in the stone. They speak of hatred against the gods, hatred against Mu, hatred against Mu.
Vulca, those eyes, they are only the surface. They are like prisms through which the monster can see. It is the skeleton of a large pharum with great glowing blue lights in its empty sockets, a soiled golden crown covered in gold and jewels and silken red and silver robes. This strange skeletal king, and he looked upon me. He looked upon me, and he told me. He said, tell your friends that they are not to return here again, or they will die. Unless, he said he would be willing to make a deal with us. That he would be willing to make a deal.
No deal! No deal! We kill him! We eat his bones! We melt down his crown! I just grab... I take up the broken Pharum body that is still attached by a ragged belt.
The doors are now closing.
This roadkill Pharum. I cut the belt. I take the Pharum body. I hoist it up on the Falshar, this roadkill Ferrum that I've smashed multiple times against the stone. No deal! Revenge! Revenge! Come, my friends! And I just start going back to town, and I'm trying to incite a mob.
Oh, hell
As
yeah.
I'm going to show what they've done. There's a necromancer, befoulness, an enemy. As I'm just going through, and maybe they kill me. I don't know what they do. But I'm going through the Kalfar community, the Ferrum community, the Ogre community, just holding aloft this shattered, broken Ferrum body, screaming in Thulian and Moolish. And I'm
Oh my
trying to incite a mob.
Go ahead and roll me a. No matter what, you're probably going to incite some sort of mob by doing that.
Maybe it's a mob
But
against me.
make me a diplomacy roll to see
Okay.
see if they catch your drift.
And while that's going on,
As
would
we're going to jump
Ophidian...
over, I'm going to go over to Ophelian.
Yeah, so Jerk, I'm assuming Jerk has kind of finished his prayer session. Yeah, Ophelian's just gonna yell across the field, Jerk! Trying to get Jerk's attention.
Raoul's eyes begin to dim as consciousness is slowly fading from even his very stern and wizened features. He's exhausted, and he's lost a lot of blood.
I do have poor sight, but not poor hearing. So yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, he's just like looking around, but you see like his eyes are like you see like through his like it's not as off. You see his face. He's like looking around, like it looks like he hears you, but not too well. Like where this is coming from.
Ophelian's just gonna yell again, Jerk! As he kind of waves the shield up in the air.
Like he like looks around, like sees the reflection of something silvery, ironish things. Like maybe there. They know the back signal.
I mean, how far away is he?
Probably like a good 100 feet away or so, because he was like a small area to the side where he put the corpses in properly.
I was gonna laugh. He's only like 30 feet away, but this is how bad his eyesight is.
Damn.
Kinda, yeah, bro. Yeah, I do have poor eyesight. His ass cannot see shit. But yeah, you see him waddling at the brisk speed of 5 miles per hour.
And as you're getting, you get him out of the doors and whatnot, over bringing him. You probably have to try and meet in the middle. Also, you have to get out because the doors are closing. You can also see Angus running with a dead Lefo in his hands, a somewhat conflicted look on his face as he runs through the over to the doors. Sees he might not get there in time, drops Lefo's body. And as it rolls upon the ground, and he runs to try to get through the door,
Ophelian's gonna make a mad dash.
As you are carrying Rawl as you dash through the door, as you two are both able to make it. As you can see, as you pass it, the body of Lefo limp with looks like some sort of shiv has just been stabbed through his neck over and over again. As he is collapsed on the stone floor. He is.
So he's inside still, but I'm outside.
Yeah, but you get outside as the doors close. We see the doors. Everyone's out now, and we see the doors closing. And the last thing we see are the open, dead eyes of Lefo Van Dannen as the doors close. As I am going to now, it's going to be a quick break, like 15 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom, handle anything else, now's the time. This is going to be a 15-minute intermission.
I believe I might have to dip early here. Would it be all right if I assume my character is effectively mini comaed after what just happened?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I would
Hell
assume.
yes.
Yeah, I'd assume
Yeah.
I'm in the capable hands of this very, very optimistic human man. I know nothing as bad is going to befall me while I'm under his protection.
I'm definitely
guy's
not
one of
gonna
the good
botch
ones.
the surgery. Yes.
Yeah. As,
Oh, yes.
we will return 7:15
Hell yeah.
PST and then go till 10.
Take that, old Psalm. Deaf to all bat fuckers. I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say that. Have a great one, fellas.
Yeah. Bye
All
bye.
right. We return at 7:15. I'm gonna be right back.
Yay, no internet again. What? Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Uh.
Oh, BRB.
I'm back. I'm just eating, but we're still live.
Yeah, I was gonna say if the live is going, like the Discord can be like the off-air chat, kind of.
I mean, oh shit, are you only speaking in Discord right now?
No, I unmuted because you unmuted in here.
Okay. Okay.
I was gonna say for like
Yeah, I
during
mean-
breaks, if we're still paused, don't have to use this because it's still live.
Well, yeah, it's just waiting on Jerk. Oh man, things are already going sideways.
That's what you think. It's only deepens.
I'm really glad that within the second session of my game, one of the top NPCs has been summarily executed.
Has already been
and
murdered in cold blood.
Another one of my players is currently starting to incite an angry mob to fight an eldritch horror.
And rightfully so. We'll be victorious.
Oh, Volcar, I'm sending you a PN.
Excellent. I know exactly what I need to do now.
When do you not?
Mm-hmm. Hesitation is for the weak-minded.
Alright. I think we'll get back into it.
All right.
As
I'm back.
oh sweet, perfect timing. We're getting back into it as Volcar. Starting with you here. What did you get on that there diplomacy roll?
8.
8. Okay. So it's a mixed bag. Like some people kind of, not that you notice this.
No,
Obviously
I
they
assume they know
all
exactly what I'm talking
understand.
about. Yes.
But yeah, but for the quote unquote audience's perspective, some are just like freaking out and like scattering. Some are like, oh, we got to stop that ogre. He's got a Ferrum on a pike, and they're like
Mhm.
mainly Ferrums just trying to like and like get up on like animals to like quickly
Yeah.
join in.
I'm
And
unless they
others
stop me,
do
which
get it.
they might do. I'm bringing. The parade is going back to the fields slowly after we're making the
As
circuitous route.
some individuals get it, and so there is a mixed band of people following you to the point where as the differing motivations become clear, not to you, of course, you don't
Definitely
notice
not.
any of
Well,
this
it is
going
clear to
on.
me. It's just wrong.
Yeah, yeah. There are like fights going. Like part of the reason why some of the people trying to stop you haven't is the other people there are trying to help you notice and think they are the enemy. And so
That's right. That's
there's
right.
a sort of this like roaming, basically like this roaming tavern brawl, just following Volkar Jatako, just of unthinking violence.
And how could it be any
A,
other way? And
an
I'm going
ogre
to I'm going to
child takes someone's knee.
yeah. As we bring it back to the fields where I don't know if you want to do this or just describe what happens, but I'm going to give just a sermon and funeral for this
Well,
this Ferrum.
once you actually stop at the fields,
Yes.
you would see people in the crowd of people that followed you are fighting each other, and like you see like a Pharaoh
Yes.
look at you and say, "What in Tahul's name?" And he's a beardless Pharaoh. Are you doing there, son?
Yes. What in Tuhul's name? For the spirit of Tuhul has spoken to me, and I know the name of this enemy who threatens us all.
Boy, you got that Pharaoh on your stick.
Yes, this one
Why?
was taken, his life extinguished.
You took his life, son. You done put a spear in it.
No, he has been raised up that all might see the ghosts in that ruin. Their souls are cut off from Tuhul's judgment, tormented by a thing called a lich with
An ogre
eyes
speaks
blue as
out.
sapphires. What?
An ogre speaks out. He speaks the truth, Ingot.
Yes, that's right. I do. I speak
Who
only.
called Ingot there, Redskin? You, Ingot. As some ogres kind of stand up, as this Pharaoh, him and some of his boys kind of come up, they back up, as it's just ogres. Anyone here who doesn't believe you is kind of bullied into believing you by
And rightfully
these
so.
big farmer ogres just
Hear
booming
me,
over them.
children of Tuhul. Mul, Tuhul, Ferum, and Ogre. We share a divine lineage. We all are threatened by this blasphemy. Point to the ruins. This unliving blasphemy that has claimed the souls of so many others and wishes to claim the souls of all of us.
No! No!
That's right. We must stand together. I have seen writings in profane occultism of atheism, of avarice, of the
No.
theft of souls. We will not let this stand.
It's the Pharaohs! An ogre shouts.
Yes, that's right. It is the Pharaohs who are blessed by Tahul. For this one, I point to the ragged, just roadkill Pharaoh. I saw the blood of this one, this fallen man, who was brought with good omen, extinguish the writings of atheism, of occultism, of foul profanities against Mu, against Vilex, against Tehul, against all the gods that we hold dear.
Yeah, buddy!
That's right.
As now you're starting to get people on your side, and make me a diplomacy roll and add your piety to that as
I
well.
will. I believe that's the same. What did I get before? 9. I'm in the quick, -4 on 12.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
damn!
it's the
I
same.
forget you're still in the quick doing all this.
Yeah, I'm bleeding, I'm bloody, I'm sweating. I look like I've been through the ringer because I have. It's innate again. Regardless of what happens, I continue unless they kill me, or try to, which they might do. We'll see. But we people of Tuhul, we people of faith, must come together to fight back this enemy, to free those souls which belong rightfully to the Judger of souls, to Tuhul himself, in whose house we live. We will fight. We will have vengeance. Vengeance for this man, for this Ferum. Vengeance for all the souls of those who have been taken, imprisoned in the stone themselves. I continue. I start washing the body, take the body down. I start washing it as I just continue in a mixture of Tehulian and Mulish to talk to both camps here. We must fight back. We must use our piety as a shield, as a cloak against the foulness. I saw a Kalfar man die in the ruins as well. This one was the first to die at the hands of his foul magics. This lich, this thing of sapphire eyes. Look at this foul shard. It's bent and broken, I imagine.
Yeah,
I pierced it deep into the eye, and yet its unliving sight continued, but it was wounded. But together,
it was wounded.
it can die again, and it will. We will break through the walls of stone. We will end the cacophony of anguished wails. We will rip the bones of this profane lich who blasphemes Mul, who blasphemes Tehul, who blasphemes Vilek and Fatash and Quilikelian, and all the divine who sit upon the 77 thrones. We'll rip him, and we will break him, as we have done ogres, Ferum, together, and we will feast on his bones, and we will build a cathedral of Tehul out of his flesh.
Yes!
Yes!
Who's bigger than a necromancer? Welcome!
Right.
The ogres are cheering you on.
That's right.
Gassing you up.
Vengeance! Vengeance! Pulling out vengeance and revenge.
And what roll was that you made earlier there?
What's that?
What was that roll you made earlier there?
It was, oh no, I guess adding my piety. it would be an 11, not an 8.
Yeah. So still, regardless, this is a
That's
great
what I say,
speech,
regardless of whether it was.
and it's a great speech. It works. People are just drawn in. Not not everyone, but you got a
Yeah.
crowd around you. You got a, a decent sized crowd, like about I'd say like 30 people,
All right.
bunch of ogres and pharaohs, and maybe a few Calfars.
Yeah, and if
Who
there's anyone who has any iconography of like faith to Hool, you get on up here, get into the ring. As
Oh yeah, you get a few like people who are just pious towards Tahul.
yeah,
A
people
few bearded
piety
pharaohs
of
just like left during your speech.
yeah. I don't get it.
But
I don't understand what beards mean for Farum. It
I
matters
think
not. I don't get it.
it just
I don't
means
get
like they're
beards anyway.
stupid or something.
Yeah, something
Just like they're
very
stupid
very
and
bizarre.
unclean.
As
Yeah.
all the boys of faith and the lineage of death, Valex, Mool, Tahul, anyone else who's here, really, we're gonna give a glorious funeral, to this
Yeah.
to this Farum. We're gonna wash the body, and we're gonna put some rocks on top of it, and we're gonna bury him in
You
the
get
field
a piety, by the way.
in true Valexian fashion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What does that bring you up to?
And I will 4 piety.
4, nice.
Yeah, and we're just gonna do a feast, in remembrance of this Farum whose name I never cared to figure out. But he did what he was for. He was a good omen, and we're gonna go into the night, and it's a mixture of honor, for piety, to bring the Farum and Ogre communities together, and also and obviously, we want to fan the flames of absolute, chaotic and unregulated hatred against whatever the thing is that's inside that ruin.
All right, yeah. As people get hyped up, your crowd here, they get
There's
hyped
ogres. There's
up. They're
ogres
ready.
fighting. The boxing matches have happened, but it's a good time. Obviously, at least to the ogres.
There is, however, always this era of tension. There's some people in the crowd
Yeah.
who aren't sure and who are like, but who are just kind of being pulled along.
Yeah.
But for the most part,
I
it's
get
all
it.
enthusiastic.
But I don't get it. Yeah.
as you do see one of these people, a satyr man, rubbing his hands together nervously. He's got long, shaggy blonde hair and bright green eyes, and he bears a slight resemblance to I'm not sure if you know him, but the metal musician Sebastian Bach.
Hell yeah.
But
All right.
with horns upon his head, as he
I see
is
that.
a good-looking
If I see
satyr.
him in the crowd, I don't care what his demeanor is. I see that. A satyr is also good luck. They're chock full of fey energies. So I grab a wineskin from someone who's actually on my side here, and just pointing through the crowd, and I just hurl the wineskin at him.
Oh, he goes for that, of course, being a satyr.
Damn right.
He fucking jumps and dives, catches it, gets it,
As I
and
knew he would. Yeah.
he just immediately knocks
Yes!
it back.
It's got
chugs
shut.
it.
Point out. Look, he caught it. It's a good omen. Yes, victory.
As
revenge,
he kind of
bloodshed
then
forever.
he's approaching you, and he's like walking up to you. He's like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, man!"
Yes!
As he moves in, as he walks up to you, and he looks around, and he says, "Chieftain Jutako, holy priest, my lord,
Yes.
I'm what is it we're up against?" What are you talking about?
I just get down right in his face, the goat horns.
He's like a little bit drunk.
Profane occultism. We need
Oh,
your link to the Fey realm. You must indulge
yeah,
in
man, yeah, man.
revelry. You must keep the spirit of despair far away
I
from this
can
community.
keep the spirit up, but maybe we gotta get more people.
Yes,
Maybe we can get some
the
more.
word must be
We can
shared.
have it go in like, what do they call it? Like strategy, maybe.
I don't know what that word means,
Ah,
but I believe you. You are an omen. You are a child of Bacchus,
yeah,
the
that's
most
right.
revelrous and the
That's
most
right.
outpouring of the Fey
That's
energy.
right.
We need this. We need the energy of life, of emotion in this
All right.
place, this Tahul's house.
All right, we're gonna keep this party going on
Yes!
for 5 fucking
Yes!
days, man. This isn't gonna stop.
It will never stop. We are here.
Ah, it's the goat just they just throughout his
I just gas
satyrs.
them up to just do whatever it is that satyrs do. They just they make energy happen. Obviously.
Yes,
Let the word be shared to every household.
musk just goes throughout the cavern.
Yeah. As we get some feastings from the
Oh,
field.
yeah.
We slaughter some goats, some cows, some herd beasts that we have here, and this is a glorious funeral of remembrance and vengeance.
And as you hold this funeral and call up these prayers to bring destruction upon this necromancer and to bring
Yeah.
peace to this random Farron's soul, you
Yes.
can see would any of the other two catalysts here enter into this celebration that just is going
Funeral
on
is
in
good.
the
I
field?
always participate.
Ophelian's probably still tending to Ral, at least
Okay.
like
Oh yeah,
carrying
wait. I
him.
was called upon to fucking heal him. Yeah,
Yeah, he's been kind of
Okay,
bleeding
yeah,
out
so
for a little while now.
we're going to cut over. Which one of you has? Do either of you have any points in Barber?
I have 5 in Barber.
All right. So you can roll me. And what about you?
I do not.
Okay, yeah. So Jerk, you can roll me a Barber long-term care.
Got a 16.
Okay, yeah. So let's write that down somewhere so that the next time that Ral is on, he can roll that. Which, yeah. But he is going to recover because you got a 16, at least one health gauge. But you
And
also have him stabilized. He's still fucked up, but he's not actively dying anymore. His arm is
Ophelian,
broken. Probably got in the cast as you're both
Yeah.
standing over the body. And you would have noticed in the process doing this, Jerk, that Ral is covered in a thick layer of makeup. And it almost looks like some of what looks like his skin is actually makeup, as if his face and some of his hands are covered in like some sort of fake material.
Hmm.
Some wax in there and
I
all
would.
that.
I would be inquisitive. Check up on deeper, like see if I can rub some of it off, see how it looks like. Would be good.
Yeah, as you do so, you would find on the unconscious form of Rao pulling and peeling things away that he is not so young as he seems. as you
He's not as young as he seems.
not as old as he seems. My apologies.
I was
As
about to
you
say.
learned,
Yeah, that would be not as he's not as old as he seems as you uh, look upon something that looks uh, like this. Much, much younger and much better looking.
And Ophelion obviously notices this too, right?
Yes, he
Ophelion's kind
looks
of gonna
significantly
stand up.
different.
He's gonna stand up and he's gonna look for Angus.
Angus, he is currently not in this room. He is with his congregation of humans, preaching to them about the ways of Pelgan.
Ophelion's kind of gonna somewhat march over to Angus real quick.
He's in a different part of town. Like I said,
Oh.
he's not in this
Oh,
building. I
there's
just
that.
said
Okay,
he's somewhere else.
my bad. I didn't realize there was that big of a time skip.
It's like you moved him over to a place to be worked on. You got him onto a slab into a room where you could heal him up. And during that time, Angus went to his congregation of faithful, the
Okay.
shaman of Pelgan. So would you go to go find him or talk to him or
Yeah,
or what?
Ophelion would continue would go in search of Angus.
Yeah, as you find Angus now standing outside, wielding his broadsword, but entirely and completely naked, covered in black ants, dancing ecstatically, waving his broadsword all around, and knighting people with it, just reaching out and as he does
Okay,
so,
hold
as he's just covered in black ants, as he's shouting out in Pelganese, um, "Hey ho, Pelgan, come and do away with the enemy." As he calls
So
out.
I have no way to describe. I have no way to describe the look that Ophelion is giving. Simply, this is all I have for it, and it's in the general chat.
As
Of
you have seen this sort of activity from this shaman before, this man who worships ants, who praises Pelgan through the praise of Pelgan's holy insect, to be like the ants, to be one but also part of many, and to carry things much bigger than you upon your back. As he calls out the holy names of Pelgan, calling upon the names of Ashas. Hey ho, Abled, come on down and save our souls. Hey ho, Haribun, come to us and save us now. And going further down with these songs up to certain various angels of civilization, um, such as Eroidius and the Yahweh, as he calls upon them.
does Ophelion know how much longer this is gonna go on for?
He's kind of improving for a lot of this. This is like a shamanic dance, not like a priest-like ritual. But as he notices you, he stands there just covered in black ants, and he just looks at you as if there's like nothing strange about this at all, and he says, "What is it, brother? Do you come to join us in prayer to Pelican? Have you finally outgrown the Tertullianism of your youth?"
Ophelian's just kind of gonna pause for a second and say, "We need to talk when you are done with your ritual. Come and find me." And he's just gonna kind of slowly back up a little bit and then turn and start walking
"Ah,
towards his encampment.
very well. To serve one's duty is to serve one's maker. As he says, "Everyone prepare. Remember what I have told you all. We are mankind, and no ruin will be the ruin of us." As this one-eyed, strong man with long black hair, he looks to his broadsword as he seems to be whispering to it as he turns away to go get ready. As Jerk, you are standing over the unconscious, handsome body of Rawls already quite quite different than what he presented. What are you doing with this revelation?
Hmm. Checking what else is weird about him.
I mean, you find he has a broken arm and he is badly bruised.
By that I mean I'm
Uh,
checking pockets, checking thing about him. Like he looks very tattered. Like make sure he doesn't poke himself. He has like a blade in his pocket. Like get rid of that so he doesn't
oh yeah,
poke
he's
himself.
got yeah. It's I think he would have a blade in his pocket. He's got weapons on his person. You knew that.
Yeah, that's obvious. Hmm.
Yeah.
I would double check that to see if he's lying about that appearance wise. Some people do. Big gay, but nah, not really can be good.
Yeah.
You like double check also. Like what else could he be hiding on himself?
Calfarzar degenerate. Um, you find a garrote wire. Um, you which has a little speck of blood on it. You also find just his like knife, just the sort of things that would be on this man's person. He didn't have much of his valuables with him.
Blood on Jurat wire, you say?
There's like one little speck on the garrote wire.
Hmm. Judging by where it was, I'm guessing that there's no way that, it could have got bloody from his harm, that, that was hurt.
I mean, it's quite possible he was bleeding pretty bad.
Yeah, but where was it located? In the pocket, somewhere hidden?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could have been. It could have been his own blood.
Hmm.
Definitely could be his own blood.
Bit sus, not gonna lie. But questioning shall happen later. I'm just gonna go finish taking care of him, then probably go and just like checking if anybody else has died or like anybody else who needs medical care.
You hear that there is essentially a riot going on, being started by uh, um, Volkar Jatako here, gathering people up and calling them to basically fight against this evil, but also kind of getting them involved in this funeral and in a great celebration.
Hmm. Funerals are good. Funerals are very good. But the other thing, what is it right about?
What?
Like, is the ride like getting very
Well,
rowdy, like
it's
getting
it's
people
about
hurt?
like it's like it's mainly supposed to be a funeral for the Ferrum who died, but people are just also starting to fight each other there. Some people are just trying to get ready to like go attack the ruins, and others are just partying. So it's like just kind of a slightly affiliated group of people. Is this massive, somewhat affiliated group of people being vaguely led by Volkar Jatako.
Huh. Well, not much that I can do, but actually, wouldn't know anybody else
That's
who's
right.
very
Nobody that can stop it.
who's yeah, that too was that. To be honest, yeah, actually, that's probably the smartest thing. Just go stop it.
You're gonna try to stop the riot?
Yes.
Oh, well, you will be welcome to try. Oh, but I do have something to check here. Um, as you arrive to where it is going on, you see people, kind of some people starting to stumble off. The revelry almost still going on strong, but the big riots splitting into various small celebrations or fights, or people preparing, as you can see in the fields where you have these underground plants growing these tough root
Yeah.
vegetables. I will allow you, Volkar, to describe what you look like in repose within these fields.
Yeah, so half buried in the dirt. Maybe some people tried to bury him alive. Who knows? Or maybe he did
Yeah,
it
yeah.
in an absolute frenzy. Just half immersed in the earth itself, and half not. Maybe about 15 feet away from a new barrow, which has been done kind of in a Ferrum style, but also with disturbing and violent imagery and blood paintings, finger paintings all along this barrow. Bones of dead animals, some having recently been just skinned and eaten, are piled up atop. Yeah, Volkar again. The vibrant red skin now fully shown from the sweat and the blood. All the body paint is completely gone at this point. And at first, maybe you think he's dead, but he's just passed out from absolute exhaustion of having violence and vigor damage done to him, and also raging and continuing all along with this revelry. He's completely gone. If you or anyone wanted to take him out, it would be very easy to do so right now. There's other ogres and people just passed out or stumbling away. But yeah, there's his Fauchard is just planted deep into the earth. His left arm is sort of half tangled up with the roots of some mycelioid crop that's vague, shuddering bioluminescence, still pulsating with strange cavernous logic to it. Yeah, that is what you find. Volkar, again, having not received any physical wounds, but much deeper and much more profound.
The ones that hurt.
Indeed.
Oh yeah. I guess
You would also see. I'll just mention this. Along the side, there's some kind of like you'd have to turn him over to see it, but there's some kind of it looks almost like a scar, a very pronounced raised scar. That would be somewhere along or on his back. Can sort of be seen, coming around, the back of the ribs. There, as if the edges of perhaps some grievous wound of a long time ago, but you can't see any more from this.
So does he look like he's unconscious, or is he just
Oh, he's
lounging?
unconscious. Yes,
Oh, great.
absolutely passed out.
Hmm. Well, kind of take this opportunity to deal with the rest of the crowds, then he can just sleep it off.
As you can see Lady Kalzika approaching, as she sees you, and she says, "Oh," she smiles. "Jerk, I heard there was a commotion going on here.
Yes.
What are we to do about this great evil?"
Hmm. Isn't like not long. Lady, depends. I currently want to deal with the issue. Rowdiness is unbecoming of the current situation.
Perhaps, but at some point we have to do something. But,
Doing it now.
and what would that be?
Hmm? Teacher in the
Would
field
you?
too? They're forgetting their life was almost thrown away not even a couple hours ago, and yet they're rowdy again. They have to learn obedience. Duty is important in life. It's what makes you. Your word, your bond is all
Yeah,
that.
they are simply celebrating their survival and grieving the death of their friend.
That's fine, but from what I'm hearing, they are wanting to go back.
And you don't think we should go?
Right now, no. I know my limits. Death is something
Um,
that I'm very knowledgeable on, and I know when I'm outclassed.
I would
My
have to
duty is
agree
to
with
tell
you.
the fool.
Acting now would be foolish. But,
Speaking of acting out, why did you do so
mm,
earlier?
in what way? Oh, my prayer to the great angels. That
Not,
was completely
not that.
sincere.
You're a believer. That much I know. Not that. I find it weird. You were sobbing earlier. Now you're not.
It was. She looks down. I wasn't sobbing. It was unlike anything I had ever seen.
That's normal. I get that. In my people, we usually women are dealt a bit nicer. But with Galfaz, I doubt you haven't seen horrific sights enough for you to react like that. And especially from your
Excuse
religion.
me, I'm not sure I exactly get your meaning with that comment.
I'm getting that. For a Galfa lady of such a religion, for her to ask you like that, you cannot say that I'm a bit suspicious. After all,
Suspicious?
yes, he who has many names is not the most trusted one.
How dare you? I don't know what kind of defamation and mockery you wish to put upon the great angels who are beings of pure virtue and light who defend the world from the demons who wish to see it end. You say that he who has many names is not trustworthy. You will never say such a thing to me again. I will not hear such blasphemy upon any of his holy names.
So just looking at
I
that,
give no blasphemy to who.
neither am I insulting. I'm just stating a comment that most Galfas I think find obvious.
They do not, I assure you.
Oh,
And you
so you admit that
must.
he's not that he's suspicious? You see him like parking a smirk, like wordplay. Aha!
I see. You are not a serious man. That's
Sadly, I see like
unfortunate.
his
Seems
expressions hardens for a moment.
the Cassadurians have sent one of their less intelligent
Yes,
puppets.
yes, less
You will
intelligent.
not blaspheme he who has many names again. Are we understood?
So like raising an eyebrow.
A
That's
simple
fine.
yes would suffice.
Mm. Oh shit! Out of game. I mixed up El Sam and you has many names. Oopsie daisy.
Well, it
Okay.
still works as Tahul does not like he who has many names either.
That is true. I just mixed it up
You know in
because
your
remember
faith
again.
that hell is not all that welcome. Like Tahul tolerates but dislikes he who has many names.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm dealing her a bit more contempt than I should have, considering I was remembering El
Yeah,
Sam. I was like double checking
yeah.
real quick. I'm like,
Okay,
pretty
okay,
sure.
fair, yeah, fair. We keep going.
Yeah. A bit of a fuck up, but hey, we roll with it. Yes, he's looking at her. Yes, respect and all that. Yes, yes. Seriousness, yes. Do tell me though, you and your seriousness, that you're so serious. Where were you during this entire thing?
I was tending to Rawl. He was injured badly when he tried to stop Volkar.
You were attending to him. And yet
Yes,
when I came to check, hmm, this
the
isn't like,
first to come to check on him was Ophelian.
uh,
Ophelian, sorry, she doesn't say that. Sorry, she says,
yeah,
the
change
first to
that.
come to check on him was Lifo. I had him handed over to Lifo. However, the two of them were attacked. Ral barely escaped and was injured even more so, whereas Lifo unfortunately did not. That's what I'm told. I didn't see the attack, but Ral was then taken by Ophelian.
You see, I'm looking at her. I have to say this to you then. There is no way it was a ghost.
Actually, quick note: you would not like with that. What happened could have been one of
I go.
those undead monsters,
Oh no, he's guessing is not
possibly.
because if they were,
Okay,
no, this is own deduction. If that we angered that thing enough for it to like start killing our guys, so I'm pretty sure if they wanted more, they could have gone after us at this point, but they haven't.
what are
It's just like
you suggesting, Jack?
that someone has killed them. Unlawful murder is a great sin in Tehu, if you ask me.
Who are you saying killed Lifo? He
Well,
was smashed upon the rocks by one of those undead abominations.
I will know certainly if I can leave things for a second. Tehu's
And Rao
ways,
had a broken arm. You're
yes.
suggesting it was Rao. I
You
see
are
no
jumping
way
to
Rao.
conclusions here. I never said a name. You're jumping to
Well,
conclusions. Who are you
you're
defending here?
making these implications, and there's no
Yes,
one else you could be implying.
I'm saying it's a bit weird for them to go after the wounded when the perfectly fine ogres and us that were still inside were unattacked. How could one slip out like that?
How
Unjust
could
deaths are a hin
tell
are a
me, tell
sin
me,
that I don't care for your little game in that way.
tell me
The
something? How could Rao, frail
yes,
as he is, overpower a man such as Lifo Van Danen, even without Rao's makeup, which I've seen without, by the way? How could a man like that overpower a man like Lifo?
it's quite funny. You keep saying row, row, row.
Because
I
who else are you implying? And I don't
oh,
appreciate these
it
passive aggressive insults upon my friend on the council.
a friend. Yes. You seem like raising an eyebrow. A friend. It's not passive aggressive. It's simply me trying to do my duty to the dead.
And for that, I am grateful to you.
You don't sound too much.
I'll say it
Um,
again. I am grateful to you, Jerk. Do not question my gratitude.
I do not question that. I question how you jumped to defend him so quickly.
Hmm.
It's a little thing Cassidians are good at it. Fellow thieves jump to the savior of their other fellows when they've done something bad, or
Don't
implicate someone
compare
else.
me to that gutter trash.
They are better than whatever you can do in Jauf or whatever else in the underground.
I think you'll find there are few things better than me, Jerk. Save, of
Well,
course, the holy angels
you
that
seem like
stand
raising
above.
hands. There's the who, forging, anvils.
She
Maybe
smiles, and she nods to you at this point. And she says, "We shall, as a council, meet within the next few days. I hope you will be there.
he
Poor
smiles.
Letho will not."
Yes, poor Letho. Didn't know the lad too much. Sadly, as he looks at her
And she
with
would
like a
walk away at this point, because
yes,
she would just like give you the cold shoulder.
yeah, he does that, but he still like talks as she's walking away. Sadly, I'm not good enough to speak to him yet. As he like says that, as then
There's
looking at
no
her,
reaction from her as you say
yeah,
that. As we cut over to Ophelion, as Ophelion, now Angus, stepping out, dressed in his armor, and this is now, you are now upon the next day, so let me update the timeline.
I do got to note though. Where was Philo's Letho's body? I would have made sure he had a proper burial.
It
Oh,
ended
he
up
got stuck
behind.
behind the
Yeah.
doors.
Oh no! Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes it even more sus. That makes
the
it even
dramatic
more.
dead
Yeah.
eyes staring at us as the door
Well,
closed.
and
Remember?
and you, so yeah, but
I
quick
was
note,
there too. Yeah,
and
that's
also you know, Ophelion, Angus was carrying him, but when Angus realized he might not make it through the doors while carrying Lefo, he just dropped Lefo's body. You did see that, Ophelion. As you can see, Angus, he is now dressed in his armor. He has his broadsword. It's a large broadsword, and it's got all this dark Celtic tribal imagery with like eagle feathers upon it, and then up near the top, this like ant imagery carved into it. As in the pommel, the like head of the pommel, the area where the blade is connected, it is a human skull that has been basically covered in gold. So it's this golden human skull, and then with this great iron broadsword coming out of it. As in the golden human skull, there are these there's this like one emerald eye in the socket of one of it, and the other is covered in like this pale, like porcelain mask, also with another emerald eye in it. A very, very ostentatious and detailed, opulent weapon as he approaches you in his red armor as well, and his helmet, of course, which he now has on, um, vaguely resembles his whole armor. When he has the whole armor on, he vaguely resembles like a large anthropomorphic fire ant. as
So
he
it's
approaches
firing.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
In many,
Who
in
is
many
he
ways.
approaching though?
He is approaching you, Ophelian.
Nice, nice.
What is it you wish to speak about?
Lifo, back in that crypt,
What about
you
him?
you came across his body. What did you notice?
Looked like there'd been some sort of fight with those ghouls. That's what I saw. His blood, what I assumed to be Rao's blood, scattered all about the place. Kalfar blood. I saw stones and rocks scattered everywhere.
And did
It
you
looked.
see any ghouls?
I saw one of the bodies of those creatures there. Two, in fact, and then one partial. And I saw that some of their old, dry, dusty pieces have been scattered about. Some kind of fight went on in there. And
Did you
judging by the
notice
lack. Sorry, go
did you
ahead.
notice the wound on him, on Life?
Just let me check his barber if he has any. Uh, He had been smashed onto the ground and stabbed through the chin.
Well, I'm not doubting anyone's heroics. I do find some suspicious events have happened. We peeled the face off of Ral.
You peeled his face off. So
It
he's
was
dead
a
now.
mask. No, he's very much
He looked
alive.
slightly disappointed.
It was a mask. A simple
Fine.
mask designed to make
Ram.
him look much older. I'd say he's actually half the age he appears to be.
Yes. I've heard of the underhanded, treacherous ways of the Kalfars. How frequently they kill each other. Well,
Not
if if Ral killed Lifo, we need to keep our eye on Ral, although, however, we can use this to our advantage. I can gather my men. Lifo's men will have no leadership and take their territory, take control. They may even join willingly, considering their options.
I have, of course, no concrete evidence that Lifo was killed by Ral, and I don't want to throw accusations around. However, I would say we have to keep our eye. Treachery is not something that I am fond of the idea of.
Neither myself, but I do believe it simply comes natural to the Kalfa. It is like breathing to them.
He's currently under the care of Jerk, though I'm assuming, based on his injuries, he's most likely still
That's unfortunate, and I doubt a Ferrum can do much.
Am I cutting out for you guys?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. Give me a second. What's that? Okay, hopefully that should be a little bit better. All right, where was I?
You just said he's in the hands of Jerk, and Angus says, That's unfortunate. I doubt there's much a Ferrum can do.
No, and Ophelia kind of stands up, so he's on the level with Angus. Be wary, my friend. I already believe that we cannot trust some of our allies.
Yes, I see what you mean. From now on, from now on, we have to watch all the Kalfars closely. We have to watch the ogres closely. We have to watch everyone closely.
I'm not so worried about the ogres as what the Kalfar might inspire the ogres to do.
Hmm. Yes, that's what I mean. We can perhaps try to get connections with them. I will take. Hmm, I will take the woman and the miner. I will speak to them, see what I can learn of them, if I can ingratiate myself with them. You take
While
the
you do that,
farmer, the priest,
I,
and the
f-
thug.
I first am going to check in on Jerk and Ral, see what the situation is there.
He nods. Go forth then. As he says, and remember, don't get too attached to these non-humans. Down
I
that
hope,
way is darkness.
I hoped to build a city based on the ideals that all of us can work together peacefully. However, that light seems to be diminishing. Not
Yes,
gone, but diminishing.
it is not gone. We can all work together peacefully, with humanity at the helm and within control of the land. This is the only way to peace.
Ophelion kind of just doesn't make a comment on that as he leaves to go find Jerk.
He shakes his head in shame at your moral cowardice as you do not have a response to that. As you would find out that Jerk has gone on down to the fields. Um, uh,
Depends what this is. So this is the next day after I had that conversation with a woman, and that does
no,
increase my.
this is the next day, but
Oh,
that
this is the next day.
conversation was after. That conversation was after the day time skip.
Ah, okay. I thought it was before because I immediately treated the guy, and then I went outside, and that shit was happening. Okay, fair enough. Actually, where would they go after that conversation? Either deal with the rowdiness or deal with the suspicion. He would.
But well, you
That's
would
a good.
see you're still kind of at the farm, and as you at the field, and as you go about kind of trying to get people to calm down. Um, actually, yeah, sorry, this would be the next day after that. So go ahead and to get the crowd calmed down, make
Like
me a
roll
diplomacy
diplomacy.
roll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because after like I've done some attempts at that, I would have gone back to my place and started preparation for a spirit summoning.
All right. Yeah. But first of all, make me that diplomacy
Yep,
roll.
yep. Got a 16. God, I'm rolling a lot of
All
16s
right.
today.
That's a. I mean, that is one. That's no boost, but a success. As you get, you get it from like an insane riot to like a big commotion. So it's still kind of bad, but people are in the process now of cleaning it up. It's still going on, but they're kind of keeping it contained. They're keeping it from spreading beyond the field. All good. Ophelian's gonna restart his computer, so he's gonna be back. in a
in the
moment.
meantime.
But yeah. As in the meantime, I'm gonna actually, in that case, cut
Switch
over to Volcar as Jerk. You go off to start summoning as Volcar. You wake up half buried in the dirt, and in fact, sorry, let me roll something because you would have had a ritual cast upon you.
Good.
And you can make me a conditioning life force roll for your rest as
Okay.
well.
I have health gauge, not life force.
And if this roll is successful, you will be getting a +1 to that roll as you are in the quick.
I am. All right. Conditioning roll, you said? 12.
Yeah, conditioning life force.
12, because I also took some vigor damage.
All right. Let's see here.
Which if I recall, unless I don't know what this ritual is, does it return 1 vig per day?
Here's it.
No worries.
So first of all, you +1 to your recovery roll, so that just brings it up
Okay.
to a 13. And you, in that case, somebody would make a barber roll on you as well. I think it would probably just be Lady Kel, Zika. Oh no, the Ferrum. Oh no, he didn't make a barber roll on you. So yeah, it would be Lady Kel. Zika would make a barber roll on you. So you would be.
Oh, passed out. She tended to me.
Yeah.
Cool.
As you will be awakening. To her.
Waking up in the fields, and rightfully so.
Oh yeah, you don't recover any health gauge. As by no means is she a good barber, but she's kind of trying. She's basically just like washing you and putting light upon you. Kind
I
of
mean, do I wake
washing the
up with
dirt off
her
of you.
there in the field, or was she?
Yeah, she's there in the field.
Oh.
She's there in the field with you, kind of. Yeah, but she's got like there's like this she's got like a wet washcloth. That's
All
like
right.
that she's putting in a bucket. That's like the closest she has. She's got
so I'm
one
still
barber.
okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello. It is good to see that you are well. Did not see what had happened to you.
I'm glad to see her okay.
Terrible.
Oh, Volkov.
Ruins.
She gives you a kind look.
Yes. It is good. Praise be to as I get up, I'm obviously completely naked, of course.
She kind of tries to like, without making it obvious, like she does try to put some distance between you and her, but still like a friendly, like not like too far away, but definitely having some distance.
I have seen so many things, both in that ruin, in my dreams. Yes. That human, he was the only one to stand and fight. The rest of the others were all cowards. They did nothing. You almost may have been harmed. That cannot happen.
It would have happened if it wasn't for you, Volka.
Yes, precisely. I get down. Just obviously, I'm an ogre. There's no modesty or anything.
She's like stepping back a little bit, but are you like walking towards her?
I mean, if she's walking away as if to leave, I'm.
No, not like she would at first, like, but she's kind of like a little bit. She does at first, but if you're walking directly towards her and you're looking at her, she wouldn't be walking away because she's trying to be subtle about it. But if you're actually gonna walk up to her,
I'm having a conversation.
Yeah.
Whatever her subtleties are completely lost on me.
Yeah, but yeah, as I imagine, basically, it's like sometimes she like shifts a little bit. Like you end up getting a little bit closer, but she's just
Yes.
trying to keep that little bit of distance. But that is likely lost on you. Um, as
You are in
she,
great danger in this place. And so it
I,
must be. I must protect you.
you would do this for me,
Yes.
Volka.
I am strong. I fucking naked ogre in the middle of the fucking wilderness. I shall protect you. And you, it must be. You shall be mine. Yes.
She steps back for a moment
I smile
as
as if that's a self-evident thing, and that is good. There's no guile or anything from me.
would you even make an attempt at insight?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead and make me
I mean, I can.
an
Anybody
insight.
can.
Yeah,
If you'd
if
like.
you'd like to, you may.
So I'm still
Yeah.
at the same
I was just
bigger damage.
asking if you would even think to.
No, I wouldn't think to.
Oh,
No,
okay, then
absolutely
yeah,
think to, unless it's
then
something that you want me to roll for that you get. It's not. I'm not thinking about anything. I'm always right.
yeah.
And short
She
and
kind
consistent.
of for a moment, she like has a strange look on her face. It's like kind of like not a look you might expect, and then she stands there and she thinks for a
There are too
long
many
moment.
here who are cowards, who are weak. And we have seen the foul atheistic profanity of the Lich. The faith I
Yes.
have in Fatash, in Velex, Quilicalion, and the mightier start posing. Ogre strength given by Mu shall protect you against cowards and monsters.
And with you saying that, she just at that point just kind of gets this sweet, wistful look on her face and allows herself to just gracefully and elegantly fall into you. But as she does, like her face turns, and Volkar doesn't see this, but we, the audience, for a moment see just the slightest hint of disgust as she throws herself into you, giving herself over
Obviously.
to you. Uh, um,
Yes, this is well. We shall build out. I don't even know. How long have we been here?
Here in the field. Oh, here in like
In the caves.
this colony.
Yeah.
Do you mean like here in this colony?
Yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, like less than a cycle.
Okay, yeah, so like a couple months. We
Like
shall
yeah,
build
like yeah, half a cycle. Yeah.
our home. It shall be glorious. And of course, the day of the harvest is soon upon us. In time, the church that will be built will be far grander. And we together will destroy this lich. And the gratitude of the dead will be ours. And we shall feed this community. And we shall be its rulers.
Yes.
I say it as if that's a matter of fact and obvious.
Yes, we can guide it to a better future.
Yes!
Meritocracy and the community.
Praise be to Velex! Praise be to Velex!
Praise be to all and to the Lex.
I just snatch her up. I just raise her up. Obviously, that's very.
She like
very,
she
very
giggles.
easy
She
on my
like makes
shoulders.
a big show, and she does have massively high. Just to clarify, this woman has 14 presence, 4 grades of attractive, and 8 guile with a
she would
forte
want
in
me.
seduction. Just absolute bombshell.
Yeah, of course.
As she giggles and throws herself in, just acts extremely enthusiastic for like anything you do.
Obviously.
Yeah, as it seems, Ophelian, he let us know his internet is fucked. So that's not too good. But hopefully he'll get back on soon. But going back over to Jerk, um, so you are. I understand you're getting things ready for a summoning. You can
Yes.
only summon up to level 1 spirits, which are literally just like, is it Tehullian? That's just like you can talk to rocks if you want to.
Up
That would
to,
be what you
yes.
could, but
Pretty
you're not going to get a lot out of them. That said, you can activate the ability to see spirits of the underworld, and you could see ones that are more powerful.
No, because I know I'm not trying to summon one out, right? My idea is to pretty much like make like a proper prayer and like a calling for them to willingly
Okay,
come around.
okay. Um, but yeah, so yeah, you were doing that. Do you cast as part of that? See spirits?
Yes, I kind of need to be able to actually see them and communicate with them.
So as you do, and so first of all, describe this ritual, this priestly ritual. Describe how you basically set up what is essentially a mass in worship of death, a mass for the dead almost. Describe in detail what this looks like, what you've set up here.
Pretty
And
much, this
I'll
would
still be able
be
to hear you guys, but I'm going to be right back while he describes that. But I'm still listening.
all right. But pretty much to describe it then, is it is a congregation that seems to be surrounding a small, not like a pyre, but like a small gathering of stones. In the middle there, on top of the stones, there is some silver, some iron. Pretty much, it is mostly just those metals, just like in the small podium, even. Around it, he would have put symbology of Tuhul, or pretty much of death in general, as he would gather him and his brothers, and pretty much in a long yet serious act, as of forging something with your bare hands and creating something from nothing, or even just reforging. He would seems to make like a long prayer describing how he wishes to have death help him be the eyes that he does not have, to allow him to see the unjust and to help the dead. As he would be like, make it so this is like a righteous act, as he would mm, put it out as a way to not just like call upon the spirits, but pretty much just even like bring fervor also to his fellow brothers if the spirit does not even come, to give them, solace that everything will be fine. While in this confirmation, he would also even begin pulling out some um what was the word again? Uh, in the middle, he would have prepared also a fuck, I forgot what was the thing called again when what you forge on? An anvil,
An
yes.
anvil.
Yes, an anvil, Minecraft. As he would on top of it, next to the silver, he would be pretty much just molding, grabbing some extra silver he has on him, and pretty much in a ritualistic way while in a prayer, begin forging some pretty much just not just like any item, but like some weapons or something that would be akin to whatever he knew about Leafy was it? What was his name again? Jarvis? I don't know. The dead guy.
Lefo.
Leafo. I remember Leafy for some reason. Excuse me. As you pretty much be making I think he like used a sword of sorts, pretty much like, trying to forge a sword to call upon the spirits to guide him to the wielder of what such a weapon could use to at least try to give him an audience, since his death was recent, and afterwards to properly guide him to the afterlife, or pretty much that'd be the cycle. So to reincarnation.
And if you are using spirit sight here,
Yeah.
you can see, and normally with this sight, you can see only spirits of death. However, those with the underworld line, particularly clerics of Tuhul and clerics of the Death Square, can also see when using this at times psychopomps if they are on the way to take a soul. As you can see, perched up on a rocky hill, observing this situation, you see a strange being. Let me get to this. You see this strange being. It looks, in fact, as it perches, and it would be in its natural form, to be fair, because it didn't. Well, yeah, as you see this beautiful woman, she looks to be just about 19 years old, and she vaguely resembles a very pale-skinned, perhaps Kalfar, but with much softer, gentler features and long, dark brown hair with bright red eyes. As she is extremely attractive, and has upon her back big leathery wings, as you may, big leathery bat wings, as you may make me a theology spirits roll if you wish to know what this is. You know it's
Well,
some kind of spirit, but you can tell it is not of your line. This is not a spirit of the
got a
underworld.
16.
You know that this is none other than a succubus, as she observed
Elsam again,
this
really.
funeral.
Yeah, as after he notices it, what lines was Elsam?
Sorry, what?
What lines was Elsam? Like,
You know Elsam is the goddess of the dawn. You know that her followers in Jalf create this strange pink light, and that they say holy words of light intermingled with dark words of darkness. She's well known to be darkness and light.
darkness and light. Makes
She
sense.
is not liked by Tahul, by the way, because he feels
Yeah,
that she ended up corrupting the Pharaohs to a degree. But you do know that Lifa was an Elsamite.
yeah, he's looking at that, and he, upon like noticing just someone appearing, his eyes seems to be like filled with hope, like with like a smile. A begrudging one, but a smile nonetheless. Would look at this succubus. Great miss. May I have your attention for a moment?
She turns and looks to you and raises an eyebrow. And as she flies down, soaring down to you, her form changes as she stands before you. As you see the most impossibly beautiful, perfect Ferrum woman. She is your ideal fantasy.
Yeah, he punches himself.
With black hair, as she giggles as you punch yourself and says, "Now, careful there, honey. You don't want to get hurt now, do you?"
A duty is a duty. The dead must be done right. As he looks at it at that point, like, going a bit better,
So
calm down a
what
bit.
can I do for you, darling?
Letho, the man that worships you and your god.
That's
I
who
know
I'm
his
here for.
death. He looks at it. Have you collected him yet?
Not yet. Seems I'll have to delve into some rather dangerous territory.
Would it be possible if I assisted you for you to let me speak with him?
To speak with his soul before he passes on to El Som.
Yes. Even for a moment, I need to know something.
I'll see what I can do. I'll let you know the answer within the next couple days.
You see, I'm nodding. As what do I know about Osam that can be done as tribute to, at least say thanks?
You could just uh, probably offer some wealth. I mean, you don't want to say any sort of real thanks to this faith.
Oh no, not at
They're
all. But
evil.
but he's doing this out of duty because he's a very honorable person. Like when he says he's gonna
I
thank
mean,
her
they're probably going to
properly.
want some sort of significant payment. They're probably going to
Yeah.
want something big from you in
Mm.
return for this. They're going to expect a significant favor.
Yeah, he's looking at the spirit. Like expectingly enough. I'm like, yeah, I kind of expected that. As actually, do I know if anybody else is a worshipful Sam in this area?
You know that a lot of people who praise Elsom came with Letho.
Ah, he would then also like look at her as well before she leaves, and also I know that your belief is crippled right now. Uh, could you tell me who the next leader is so I can help them?
That too shall be decided in time.
You see, I'm like nodding. I thank you for your generosity. That's like he's grinding his teeth a bit, like saying that to an Elsamite spirit. Like he's honorable about it. Like he's doing it still.
She transforms back into her true form and launches into the sky, flying those black bat wings shining against but they're backlit by pink light as she soars down towards the ruins. Uh, as
After the
as
moment she leaves, my boy is immediately gonna fucking proceed to take off most of his. He was wearing his armor for this stretch, because he was expecting Tehulian shit, not this shit. He's gonna immediately take off his armor and start polishing and fucking apologizing to the Hul for even daring to fucking associate with these things. Just gonna go in like a bit of seclusion for like a couple hours and try to like forge a bit, do some death things as a way to mourn that he just what he did.
yeah. um, as uh, as you go through that, uh, um, I think then I would open it up. I think another day would go by as it is getting closer and closer to. It's getting closer and closer to the day of the harvest.
Glorious. And in that
Beautiful.
time, I am not only are we redoubling the efforts to get the fields properly weeded and whatnot for the harvest. Now it is not going to be a particularly bountiful harvest, given that we have not been here for even a full cycle, but nevertheless, things must be done. And myself, other ogres who I am close with. We're making invitations, and we're continuing to keep and try and have the ingratiate the Ferums into the ogre way. It is, I mean, at least from my perspective, it's 100% legitimate. There's no, at least from me, no conniving. Farum are children of Tehul. They worship Tehul. They're good luck, and they're pious. Simple as. Okay, I will make a conditioning roll.
So I should note from the barber roll, as I had some of your guys tend to use, just sorry, what did you get?
16.
All right, then add to that just one, so that becomes 17. However, you do recover 2 health gauge in total.
2 health gauge. Have I recovered any? Oh, it's just us.
It recovers at 1 per day, and it's been
vigor?
2 days since you lost that vigor, so you've recovered 2 vigor.
Yeah, 2. I have 3 vigor damage left. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So we're going out. We're sharing the harvest. Or not the harvest, but the foodstuffs that we have, particularly, really any Ferrum in particular that is clearly pious, that has, I don't know if it, well, none of us really have a church that's yet been built because we've been here for all of us, such a short amount of time.
You honestly have the closest thing though, because like the people
Yeah.
are treating like you're just like little field setup as like the temple in many ways.
Which is good and appropriate.
Yeah.
And will continue to be that case forever. So just, that's what's happening. There's a lich. I don't understand what it is fully, but it's abominable. It's atheistic. It's profane. It's talking about hating on the gods, and I hate that which hates on the gods. So we gotta get good with that. We gotta get ready. We gotta get strong, and Ferums, ogres. We gotta get to making more people. Come on, you know what you gotta do. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it for Tehul. Do it for Tehul. Do it for Valex. Do it for your people. And that definitely is what Volkar intends to do. As he will, of course, obviously the marriage, my marriage to Lady Kelzeka, it is official. She said yes, and so I am letting her know that we're going to be married on the day of Quillicalion, which is in like 2 weeks. So
she rarely, she pretty much always says consort, but she never.
I don't know what that word means.
You.
I assume it's
when
a
you say
chanted word. That's a bunch of bullshit. It doesn't matter. I have to protect her.
Yeah.
So, but I'm also going to reach out to Angus. I want to find Angus.
Yeah, you can go see Angus, as he seems to have also gotten a crowd of people just worked up, but they're all humans, and they're all just, and a few ogres, but mainly just humans.
Yeah.
And then you see some of those many-legged things. In the background, you see this giant fly man sitting, like looking at like some like blueprints or documents, and he just looks up at you like almost like jump scare quickness, with the big compound eyes. And then of course you see the humans all
You!
getting to work trying to build,
What are you?
create the fly
I also have a
creature.
ram with me. I have a ram on a rope, by the way.
The fly creature, he just gets up, like he doesn't seem to
I'm
express any
speaking in
fear, but
Thuban to it.
he just gets up, kind of quickly, like stacks his documents, hooks them under his arm, and like scutters away as quickly as he can. But he's actually quite large and strong.
I nod. I
Um,
scared this fucking thing away. I'm a badass fucking bitch. Alright, so I continue. I feel even better. So I have with me. I'm not wearing my whole regalia. I'm just wearing the kilt. I've got a ram, and it's not mine. But I do have an ogre iron. On my back, and that is
as many humans see that and see you with a ram and an ogre iron, and they just, oh, hey. They come up, they've got like their hands up, back up. They start speaking in
What?
Pelganese.
I
You
don't.
speak Pelganese.
No, hell no. What are you saying, you humans? I'm speaking in Thuban because I gather that's what most people speak here. So
Go back, stand back. One human says in Moolish, stand back, beast, stand back.
beast. Oh, this is a gift for Angus.
They
Now
kind
where
of
is he? I
they
must
kind of
speak
like
with.
step back a bit when you're saying like it's a gift. They look at each other, just kind of looking around as then you hear, I am right here, ogre. As you can see
Yes.
Angus in his full armor with the ant helmet on, and then on his armor, kind of crawling in and out of his armor, are like various ants just all over him.
Well, I'm a druid. I'm weird. I'm not a shaman, but I get what it is. I recognize he's got some sort of power. It's fucking weird. It's bugs. I don't get it, but you know. You!
He like when he said when you say you like that and point at him, he like just like gets the broadsword out.
Yes! You were the only... I just shouting in front of everybody. There's no privacy or anything. You were in the ruin. With me and with the rest. You were the only one who stood with me to fight, to stab in the eye that foul, disgusting, profane, abominable lich.
He like slowly, awkwardly lowers his sword
The
and
rest
he
of
nods.
those men with us are cowards. They are weak and they are frail.
Yes, this is true. And you were there too, Volkar. Ogre though you be, you were strong. You were bold. I am grateful for this.
Yes, and I have
I think
brought
in
this beast a feast. Mole and Vilex. Both
no,
respect a warrior.
just Pelgan. This is
Yes,
my way.
you are a follower of Pelgan. I do
You
not
may
know
praise your.
much of this Pelgan, but I and my faith, in the faith of my people, bravery and strength of arm is to be respected. And therefore, we enjoy this feast together as the only two warriors of note. I have heard that the Kalfar, I do not remember what his name. I have heard from someone that he was a liar and that he was going to steal from me. But he claimed that he was not. But he is dead now.
Yes. Yes, I would have carried him through the gates, but I couldn't be bothered.
Yes, I understand. Now, will you join me in this feast of two warriors? We of faith, men of faith who speak to the gods, we have seen what stands against us and stands against the throne divinities. Piety and strength of iron and strength of arm. We will need all of these
Yes!
things to survive and to kill and to have vengeance on that one. Rip his
Yes!
bones out and we eat him.
We shall slay this evil. He shall be
Yes!
beheaded, and his dark ways may never infect humanity. Ah! As he then raises his fist in the air and he
Yes!
calls out to his men, Abari Hanga! Abari Ogres! As the
Yes!
humans
Yes!
burst out laughing, just laughing loudly.
Now,
As
I
they
invite
prepare
you
to.
to join me. Do you accept this gift? And we shall eat of this together.
I will eat no wicked flesh, nor shall I be too hasty in these actions. The power possessed within that even I, who have no insight over the ways of death, could tell it was immense.
Yes.
I would encourage that we
But my
build
blade,
up here.
it should have pierced a man. 3 men. It is powerful, but I did wound it. Yes, it can be killed. This loathsome thing. You and I, we shall see great prosperity.
We
And
will
we will
build
tear down this ruin and we shall uncover like a
ancient
What is it?
civilization, one
Yes.
corrupted by something evil.
Yes, it must be destroyed. Now then, you and I, together, 2 warriors, together we dine. It is done, it shall be. And I take
Slow down, Volkar.
I take the ram and I chop it in half with the ogre iron.
Oh, he takes one half. He says, I'm with you, but we're not doing
Yes.
anything yet. We must prepare. We must build
Oh,
here.
yes, of course, we must prepare. The day of the harvest is soon upon us. The Lex's most holy day. We must
And
have
I've heard
more people.
it rumored that you are soon to marry that Kalfar woman.
Ah, yes, on the day of Quillicalion. She is a woman, and therefore she is weak. I do not begrudge her
He
that
nods.
she did not fight in the ruins, but she should not have been there. The rest of those men, they did nothing except for you and I.
He's nodding, and you can see like his mouth is visible with his helmet. As you can see, he just has the biggest, just happiest grin on his face as he's just nodding with you, as he is obviously
yes,
so
who
happy
disagree
for
with
you.
this? Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
I like this guy more and more, you know.
Yeah, as
You know,
he
we get it.
nods up and down as he
And I just start
says,
eating this half of this ram that I chopped in half with an ogre iron, still alive, and I just start eating it.
he hands the ram to his men. Go prepare this for my dinner tonight.
Yes. Soon, all that this cavern, will all belong to us. And all those who stand against will be crushed. And I have heard that there are things out there with beaks and with beady eyes that make good food and good slaves. We will find
Oh,
them.
you speak of Chthons.
Yes, that is what they are called. I do not know much of them, but I have heard that they breed in great numbers. Once we dismantle these ruins and we drive off the Lich, we will have the blessings of Tuhul, and we will also have the gratitude of many of the dead here who have been imprisoned foully and cruelly. We have the mandate of the gods themselves. Yes, and we shall spread from this cavern. We shall breathe and grow, and we will take many of these chthons, and we will put them in the ovens, and we shall put them in chains as well.
He nods, agreeing very much with this.
Obviously.
Yes, we shall, of course, before we do so, bring them upon a triumph. We shall lead them through our streets, which shall then be thrumming with men and women,
Yeah.
great buildings towering to the caverns, thick streets full of life, and we will march them through while horns and drums play.
Yes, and great open fields, gigantic fields that grow many food for the food
Yes,
power.
yes, of course,
And
the
people will
fields,
grow
yes,
fat and plentiful.
yes, the fields, yes, I agree, I agree.
Yes. Ah, I do not know much about humans, but to see you, one who does not shirk away, who is not a coward, a filthy coward, as so many of those others were, who stood and did nothing, and is not old and frail. It is good. It is good.
Ah, but did you know, Ralph? I heard it
Ah,
said from my brother that he, in fact, was wearing a mask. He's
oh,
no old man. He was
why would
wearing a
he seem old then?
disguise.
Why would want you disguise yourself as old and frail?
Hmm.
I am legitimately puzzled at that.
He looks like, for a moment, like, again, you probably can't tell.
I
But he's
definitely
like he's looking shocked, like, are you like serious? But then
yes, I
when
am.
it dawns on him that you are fully serious, he nods and he
Hmm.
says, perhaps he wishes others to underestimate him so that he can gain an advantage through deception.
Ah, well, deception. These are these are cowards' ways.
Yes. But
Hmm.
the Calfars, you understand, they have to do this. Look at them. They
They
are
are
weak,
very
they are
weak.
soft.
Yes.
It is to them, the weakness of the coward is truly a strength.
Ooh, to live such a life, it is disgusting. I hate it.
Mhm. He nods, but
Hmm.
you'll find they are easy to deal with as long as
Hmm.
you make
So are
them
you saying
feel.
that he has lied to me?
Ral, well, could perhaps be an elaborate bit,
Like
not
the wheels are
necessarily a
slowly
lie,
turning. He
but
lied to me. Uh,
it was a disguise. I'm not sure what else you'd call that.
yes. Yes. I must speak to him about this. I do not like liars or being lied to. They should all be killed.
He nods, but I ask Volkar. I
Yes.
simply wish it to be understood that I
Mm.
asked you this question. And if it ever comes up, please inform people that I did. Please don't kill our good friend Rao, even if he is a liar.
Ah.
I, Angus Bram, am asking you not to kill him.
Hmm. Well, you are a brave warrior, and you did eat ram with me. Therefore,
He hasn't
I
eaten
trust
it
you.
yet. He
But he's
sent it to
going to.
get prepared. Yeah.
Uh, hmm.
Yeah. Of course he is.
Very well. I trust you. And therefore, to you and to all here, whoever's in this intersection or whatever, I give you great blessing and good omen in the name of the. I take out the corn cob rattle and aspergillium. I just shake
And
it.
as you're doing that, this sight may surprise you
Mm,
because it's a lot of people working,
yeah.
but it's like they're not like going and making fields like you're seeing like some like kind of small field areas or like some coops getting set up, but
Mhm.
they're just like building large buildings, but it's like they're building a building and then like making another building literally right by that building
I
and
don't get
doing
it.
that more
Fucking
than
weird.
once. Yeah, it's like they're building structures for like seemingly no reason. They're just building
Yeah.
structures to build
But then
them.
I think about all the ants that are on him, and then I think of like ants. Like, okay, I get okay. Humans are ants.
That's
That's
the part where it
that's
makes sense.
what make
Yeah.
it obviously that makes sense. I don't know much about Pelgun. I know he's the god of ants. You know,
Yeah. But
I guess.
I think now, though it's not 10, just given final player now would be a good time
Yes.
for a soliloquy,
Yes.
and we could close it up.
Uh and so we see uh in a montage as the prior days have happened and the further days are going on, tilling the field, working, going out, preaching with the Ferrum, talking about the triune of plenty, the great prosperity, and the need for piety. You just see the montage scene fades. It's 4 in the morning. Obviously, my wife to be. I've obviously gotten one of my ogre friends, and I start just shouting in Moolish poetry at 4 in the morning. Me and an ogre, we are both stark naked. I keep reciting poetry until she comes to the door or to the window, and we start beating the shit out of each other. Obviously, in a show of ogre strength, that is what a woman wants to see. Uh, just the ways
She
that
does
you
genuinely
woo a
enjoy
woman.
watching
Obviously, you
you
want to see two
beat the shit
bums
out of
fighting
someone.
outside your window. That is the way to a woman's heart. But
Yeah, she certainly watches.
but as I stand above, obviously I've won against this guy. How wonderful and glorious the blessings of Quilicalian, Fatash, and Vilex, even in this dark place, though there are foul things. The fortunes of the ogre people and the people of piety. Ah, it is as I always knew, and as all any virtuous person knows. The pious ones receive all of the blessings of the divine. Our community, it grows. The harvest is soon upon us, and though it is but a small one, for we have been here for but a short time, the next cycle, the day of planting and the day of wedding, myself and this gorgeous creature. She is too weak. She is too frail to do anything of note. But I shall protect her, and she is clearly the most fair. And our children will grow like the harvest themselves. And my strength of arm, my strength of spirit, my piety that I have, the growth of my family will echo the growth of this community. Ah, Tahul himself, a great spirit, spoke and warned me of the enemy, this vile thing, this thing of death unto death itself. The hubris of such a one, this lich, this thing that speaks of profanities against the god. It is good that this is so. For a community both needs the strength of one another. Velex tells us this. but on guard we must all be against the enemy from outside. Ah, Velex, your words are wisdom. They hold true even below the surface, as they do far above, beneath the sky, where the sunlight is said to show. Not enough know your name. Not enough know of your blessing. But I will make them know. The words of you and your wives are ever on my lips. And as the crops grow, and as the goats, and as the meat beasts grow fat and are slaughtered, and we in turn grow fat and plentiful, all will know, Ogre, Kalfar, Human, and Ferum, all will know. And this cavern will be but the first planting of our great and prosperous growth. And we will tear down those haunted stones. We will set free the souls to whom himself will welcome us into his house and into his being. And we will build things, great temples, wondrous things, walls for herded animals out of these blighted stones. And then we will move forward and we will enslave these Chthon creatures, and we will eat them, and we will grow more fat, and we will continue to do this forever. And the words and ways of Fatash, Velex, Quilkelian, Tahul, all of these will be heard throughout the reaches and caverns of the underworld. It will be glorious. Praise be to the gods. Praise be to you, Velesh. Velex. Wonder and glory be forever.
And as we come to the end, as we see Volkar calling out forever, as we moving up, zooming out from the caverns through other caverns even greater, as we see somewhere nestled deep into the area where Damar and Tahul mingles, almost like a tumor. We see surface plants growing upon a small ranch, a field, even though it's deep within a cavern, plants that need light, but we do see sunlight shining from fruits that hang from the ceiling. There's some underworld plants as well in here, fungus and root vegetables growing up from the ground. As we see moving among them, we see this long, gangly body, like that of a scarecrow, wielding this great scythe, cutting down some wheat. And as he does, as these arms cut down the wheat, we hear forever coming from the distance as the form stands up straight, perking up, as then we finally zoom out, seeing its face, a great pumpkin head that smiles, a great grin of fanged teeth, with glowing red eyes, a grin of pleasure, of gratitude, as it says, Vulca. As that is where we will end it. Good
Glorious.
session.
Indeed.
Very nice on the stream there.